This is the South Bank in London. 2,000 years ago, if you'd heard a human voice around here, the language would have been incomprehensible. 1,000 years ago, the English language had established its first base camp. Today, English circles the globe. It inhabits the air we breathe. What started as a guttural tribal dialect, seemingly isolated in a small island, is now the language of well over 1,000 million people around the world. The story of the English language is an extraordinary one. It has the characteristics of a bold and successful adventure, tenacity, luck, near extinction on more than one occasion, dazzling flexibility, and an extraordinary power to absorb. And it's still going on. New dialects, new Englishes are evolving all the time, all over the world. Successive invasions introduced, then threatened to destroy our language. Our first program tells that story. For 300 years, English was forced underground. Our second program tells how it survived and how it fought back. Our third program will tell how the English language took on the power blocks of church and state. Our fourth, how it became the language of Shakespeare. In later programs, we're going to leave these shores as English did, to tell the story of how in America, the language of one great empire became that of another. We'll go to the Caribbean, where a variety of new part English dialects took root. India, where English became a commanding, unifying language in a country of 1,000 tongues. And Australia, where a confident new English was invented by a people, many of whom had been expelled from their mother country. We'll travel through time, too, to explore how English in the 21st century has become the international language of business, the language in which the world's citizens communicate. Over the last 1,500 years, these small islands have achieved much that is remarkable. But in my view, England's greatest success story of all is the English language. These programs are about the words we think in, talk in, write in, sing in, the words that describe the life we live. This is where we can begin, just after dawn, in a foreign country, on a flat shore by the North Sea, in what we now call the Netherlands. This is Friesland, and it's in this part of the world that we can still hear the modern language that we believe sounds closest to what the ancestor of English sounded like 1,500 years ago.
En als we dan maart nog even bezoeken, maart hebben we toch wel een aantal dagen rond met frost. Ja, Friese die het op zijn 9 dagen, dat vooral ondergroen.
In Friesland, many people start their day listening to the weather forecast from popular weatherman Piet Palusma.
En dan mandje, tiesje en waasje. Het worden dagen...
Some of his words might sound familiar, like 3 and 4, frost and freeze.
Een temperatuur zomer bij de 3 of de 4 graden, geen frost, het zal net vriezen.
Mist and blue.
Vierders de kans op mist. En dan morgen. En daarmee flink wat zinnen. Blauw in de lucht.
The reason we can recognize these words is that modern Frisian and modern English can both be traced back to the same family, the Germanic family of languages. And some words have stayed more or less the same down the centuries. Butter, bread, cheese, meal, sleep, boat, snow, sea, storm. The West Germanic tribes who invented these words were a warlike, adventurous people. They'd been on the move through Europe for the best part of 1,000 years and now had settlements in what we would call the lowlands of northern Europe, Holland, Germany and Denmark. But they were still greedy for land, ready to move on. This is the island of Terschelling. The English coast is about 250 miles to the southwest behind me. It was from these islands and the low-lying Frisian mainland that in the 5th century a Germanic tribe, part of the family that also contained Jutes, Angles and Saxons, made sail to look for a better life. And they took their language, our language, with them.
Us mid flodabar, on ranrada hiak stefnaka, snelletje semiark, snude bewunden. Uth hat with this leoda land gesokten, ware berekena, swires wind for draf.
The Germanic tribes weren't the first to invade our shores. More than 500 years before, the Romans had also come by sea to impose their will. Now their empire had crumbled, and they'd abandoned these islands, leaving the native tribes, the Britons or Celts, to their fate. This is Pevensey Castle, an ancient Roman fort that used to stand on the very shoreline of the south coast. The chronicle of the period reports that in the year 491, Germanic invaders laid siege and slaughtered the Celts who'd taken refuge here. Not one of them was left alive. Other Celts did survive the invasion, 1 million or more of them in England, but they were a broken people. The clue to their fate lies in the word the Germanic tribes used to describe them. It was Wilas, a name that lives on in our modern language as Welsh. 1,500 years ago, it meant both foreigner and slave. The Celts became servants and followers, second-class citizens. The only way up was to become part of the invaders' tribes, to adopt their culture and their language. The Celts and their language were pushed to the margins. Only a handful of words from the Celtic languages survive into modern English. In the north, where I come from, we have crag, meaning rock, coombe, meaning deep valley, and dialect words like brat and brock for badger. There are traces in place names. The Tor in Tropenna, spelled as Torpenhow, a neighbouring village to my own, that comes from the Celtic for peak. The Car of Carlisle means a fortified place. In the south, they left us the names of Thames and Avon, Dover and London. But these were fragments. The language that prevailed was that of the victors. By the end of the 6th century, these Germanic tribes occupied half of mainland Britain. They had divided into a number of kingdoms: Kent, Sussex, Essex and Wessex, denoting the settlements of southern, eastern and western Saxon tribes; East Anglia, named after the Angles who gave England its name; Mercia in the Midlands, Northumbria in the north. Throughout these areas, many modern place names come from that settlement, or use the words they brought. We live with them. We live in them every day. The ing in modern place names means the people of. Ton, as in Wicton where I come from, means enclosure or village. Ham means farm, which might surprise one or two Tottenham supporters. The Germanic tribes now settled around the country all spoke their own dialects. From among them would emerge one language, Anglo-Saxon or Old English, and we all speak it every day.
With our 5 strikers, none of them can really finish. Armstrong, Everson, Netwell, Sheridan.
are they? We just need some youth and, and pace, really.
Examine the language you use today and you'll still find hundreds of words from a language over 1,500 years old. Keywords ranging from the names we give family members to numbers.
Gardner also. So what do you reckon today?
I think we'll win 2-1 today. So
I'll drink to that.
I live in like a West Ham sort of area, and I've got a lot of West Ham friends, but for this game we'll be enemies.
For the home games, I would go with the guys we meet up from the Top Spurs website, or with my daughter to other games. And she's 5 at the moment. Loves it. She loves singing the songs, the nice ones anyway.
I was coming with my son, so we just go in, get something to eat first, go into the ground, savour the atmosphere and watch the game. There has been a few high-scoring games over the years. I think the highest we ever beat them was 6-1. A repeat today wouldn't go amiss.
Most of those words were from Old English. Nouns like youth, son, daughter, field, friend, home and ground. Prepositions like in and on, into, by and from. And the are from Old English. All the numbers and verbs like drink, come and go, sing, like and love. But would these words have sounded different all those years ago? In a slightly quieter pub, I asked language expert Katie Lowe.
They sound a little different. I mean, the Old English for sun is sunu. That's not so very different. Game is garmen. Ground is grund. I noticed that Steve says his daughter loves singing songs. If you said that in Old English, it would be his dochter loveth a sangas singen. And you can see that that sounds pretty much like modern English.
So in fact you can have a good conversation in Old English?
Oh yes, you can indeed. I mean, each word I'm saying now is from Old English.
Have you any estimate how many words there were swirling around compared with how many words we have now?
We think it was in the region of 25,000 words. Compare that with an average desk dictionary, which maybe contains something like 100,000 words. It sounds pretty small. But if you think about the fact that an averagely educated person will probably have about 10,000 words in their active vocabulary, there are plenty of words to go round.
English took its first steps away from its tribal roots with the revival of Christianity.
Nu we schulen herian, he often reaches weird. Methodes mikte and his mood gethunk.
Let us praise the King of Heaven, the power of the Creator and his conception, the work of the glorious Father who created every wonder, the eternal Lord.
He often to profen, harlig schipend.
In 597, the monk and prior Augustine led a mission from Rome to Kent. Around the same time, Irish monks of the Celtic Church were establishing a presence in the north. Within a century, Christians built churches and monasteries. This is St. Paul's in Jarrow, parts of which date from the 7th century. Faith and stone weren't the only things the Christian missionaries brought to the country. They brought the international language of the Christian religion, Latin. Latin terms became part of the English word hoard. Altare became altar. Apostolos became apostle. Mass, monk and verse and many others all come from the Latin. This would become a pattern of English, the layering of words taken from different source languages. And from Latin too, the English took their script. The Angles, Saxons, Frisians and Jutes, who had become the English, hadn't brought script as we know it with them, but runes. The runic alphabet was made up of symbols formed mainly of straight lines, so that the letters could be carved into stone or wood. Those were their media, rather than parchment or paper. Though this is a short poem, most examples of runic writing that survive suggest runes were mainly used for short, practical messages or graffiti. The Latin alphabet was different. With its curves and bows, it allowed words to be easily written using pen and ink onto pages of parchment or vellum, which, gathered together into a book, could be widely circulated. Christianity brought the book to these shores. Verbum, the word. Soon a native culture of scholarship began to flower, a culture based on Latin and on writing. The magnificent Lindisfarne Gospels were created in the 8th century on the island of Lindisfarne, just off the northeast coast. A few miles south, at the monastery of St. Paul's in Jarrow, the great English monk and scholar Bede, born and educated in Northumbria, began writing the first ever history of the English-speaking people. He wrote, of course, in Latin, the language of scholarship. The prevailing language among the people was still Old English, but Latin, this powerful medium, was now amongst them. Now, Old English was written down, using the Latin alphabet, while retaining some of the old runes as letters. From the 7th century, we find English itself written on parchment in a language and a script which we can just about recognize as our own.
Father úser þú art in hiofnu, siga halgad noma þín, tokumath richa þín, si willow þín swa is in hiofne and in eortho. Chlaf úserne of wislich selos today, and forgifus schulda usra, swa we forgifon schuldgem usem, and inled usi in custom.
With writing, Old English stole a march on other languages spoken in Europe at the time. Prayers were recorded and books of the Bible translated. The laws of the land were written down, and the language soon became capable of recording and expressing an increasingly wide and subtle range of human experience. And in the right hands, Old English was now powerful and supple enough to take you to imaginary worlds, fire the blood, be poetry.
What? We gardena in Jardawum, Theod Kuninga Thrumge Frunon.
So, the Spear Danes in days gone by, and the kings who ruled them, had courage and greatness. We have heard of those princes' heroic campaigns.
No one knows who composed the epic Beowulf sometime between the mid-7th and end of the 10th century. It's the first great poem in the English language, the beginning of a glorious tradition which will lead to Chaucer, Shakespeare and beyond. The poem celebrates the glory days of the Germanic tribes, epitomized in the heroic warrior who gives the poem its name. The power of the language can be heard in this passage, which introduces Beowulf's archenemy, the monster Grendel.
The comb of Mora, under Misleodum, Grendel Gungan, Goda's
In off the moors, down through the mist bands, God-cursed Grendel came greedily loping. The bane of the race of men roamed forth, hunting for a prey in the high hall. Spurned and joyless, he journeyed on ahead and arrived at the bawn. Then his rage boiled over. He ripped open the mouth of the building, maddening for blood. He grabbed and mauled a man on his bench, bit into his bone lappings, bolted down his blood, and gorged on him in lumps, leaving the body utterly lifeless, eaten up hand and foot.
What does that tell us about English at that time, Seamus? What sort of language was it when you came to it? Do you think this is a fully developed poetic language?
It's certainly a fully developed poetic language. It's capable of great elaboration. But what struck me generally about Old English from the moment I read the bits of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle right through to Beowulf is it's terrific for telling what happened. It's a wonderful sense of the indicative mood all through it. It's terrific for action, terrific for description. There's a wonderful forthright capacity to make up extra language in Anglo-Saxon. The words are very clear and direct. Bone and house, for example. Bone house, there you have the house for the body, a word for the body. Beautiful words for instruments. The harp is called gleobeam, the glee beam, the happy wood, or else the joy wood, I think so, goman wudu. Swords or shields. The shield is the war board, weeg board. That is a specific poetic energy that's in the language. The ability to make compounds, which is still in German, I guess, that gives it a great beauty.
How extensive is the vocabulary?
I think there are 40,000 words recorded in Beowulf. But a lot of the words repeat themselves probably this is in poetry more than in the prose. If we heard an Anglo-Saxon speaker speaking under his roof to his companion, we'd probably hear a quicker, a different, less elaborate language from Beowulf.
Would you say it is very clearly written to be read aloud?
It's certainly written to be read aloud. The question that agitates some scholars is whether it was written, you know. But I think the general consensus now is that by the time you get to Beowulf, you have a writer dealing with a traditional oral language.
What? We gardena in Jardavum, Theod Kuninga Thrum Gefrunon, Hutha Athelingus, Ellen Fremedon.
Certainly you open the book, what we gardena and Jardagum, it asks to be uttered. And there are many speeches in it, and it comes off the tongue with terrific directness, I think.
Latin and Greek had created great bodies of literature in the classical past. In the East, Arabic and Chinese were being used in the 8th and 9th century as languages of poetry. But at that time, no other language in the Christian world could match the achievement of the Beowulf poet and his anonymous contemporaries. Old English was flourishing. The adventure was underway. But while the seeds of English had come from these Frisian shores in the 5th century, so now, in the late 8th century, a potential destroyer was preparing his battle fleet 500 miles or so to the north. In the late 8th century, the Latin-based culture of scholarship, which had grown up in places like Lindisfarne and which had also been the cradle of Old English, faced extinction from across the sea. These ruins are of the medieval monastery that stood on the island of Lindisfarne. It was the Vikings who sacked and burned the religious centre that stood here before. To these pagan pirates rampaging out of their longships in 793, this great centre of Christian piety and scholarship, a pivotal place in the survival of the Word and the Gospels, was no more than an undefended treasure house. The jewels that graced the books of the church became baubles around a Viking's neck. Today, the Vikings may seem romantic, reenacting their rituals a good day out. Over 12 centuries ago, their arrival was not so cheerful. To many, it seemed to signal the end for civilization. A year after razing Lindisfarne, the Vikings returned and sacked Jarrow, the abbey, where Bede had been the greatest scholar in one of the finest libraries in Christendom. This stronghold of the Latin word, where English was also being written down, uniquely among European dialects, was burned to the ground, its books with it. It was the start of 70 years of attack, during which the Vikings savaged this eastern half of the country. Few stories survive of exactly where and when they attacked, perhaps chillingly because few were left to tell the tale. At first, the raiders went home with their plunder. Then they decided to take the land itself. In 865, the Vikings landed a great army south of here in East Anglia. Within 5 years, the Viking invaders, who were now called Danes, controlled the north and east of the country. Of the old Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, only Wessex still held out. Old Norse, the language of the conquerors, was spreading throughout the land. Old English potentially faced the same fate as the Celtic language it had supplanted, virtual oblivion. English was in need of a champion, and it found one. King Alfred's statue stands here in Winchester, the capital of his ancient kingdom of Wessex. He's the only monarch in our history to be known as the Great, and he's often been hailed as the saviour of England. That may be debatable, as the idea of a single unified England didn't really exist in Alfred's day. What is certain is that he was a great defender of the English language. It was the Victorians who dubbed Alfred the Great. He was one of their darlings, an English hero whose exploits were enthusiastically woven into the fabric of national myth. But he very nearly didn't make it. He'd come to the throne of Wessex within a year of the first Danish attacks in the southeast, and at first he could hardly hold them back. In 878, the Danes won what appeared to be a decisive battle at Chippenham in Wiltshire. Alfred, with only a few followers, went on the run into the marshes of Somerset, moving, as a contemporary wrote, under difficulties, through woods, and into inaccessible places. Legend has Alfred, unrecognized, taking shelter in a poor woman's cottage and being scolded for burning the wheaten cakes he'd been set to mind. But the reality was less cosy. His situation was desperate, and if Alfred's kingdom fell, the whole country would be controlled and settled by conquerors whose language would inevitably crush English. But Alfred proved to be an enterprising warrior and strategist. Running free in the Somerset levels, he discovered the arts of irregular warfare and mounted guerrilla attacks against the occupying forces of Guthrun, the Danish invader. But he knew that wasn't going to be enough. For Wessex to be regained, the Danes had to be brought to battle and defeated. The fighting men of Wessex had been scattered, but in the spring of 878, Alfred sent out a call for the men of the Shire Fyrds, the county armies, to join him. Around 4,000 men, mainly from Wiltshire and Somerset, armed only with battle axes and throwing spears, responded to the call. They mustered at Egbert Stone, where trackways and ridgeways met. 48 hours later, they advanced, shields drumming, against the Danish army of 5,000, holding high ground at Ethandune on the western edge of Salisbury Plain. Contemporary English accounts describe the battle that followed as a slaughter and a rout of the Danes by the West Saxons. Modern historians question that, but there's no doubt that Alfred prevailed. His crown and his kingdom were secured, and more importantly for our story, so was the English language. the Danes surrendered. Their leader was baptized as a Christian, and Alfred's crucial victory was memorialized here in Wiltshire in an earlier version of a great white horse carved into the land he'd saved. Alfred left an even more significant mark on the country. He signed a peace treaty with the Danes which established a border running up through the country from the Thames to the old Roman road of Watling Street. The land to the north and east, to be known as the Danelaw, would be under Danish rule. The land to the south and west would be for the English. No one was to cross the line unless to trade. In the course of time, because of Alfred's peace treaty, when Danes and English met, they didn't do so to fight, but to do business, even to intermarry. Communities mixed, and so did the languages. And English, rather than being engulfed by the Danes' language, began to absorb it. I'm in the market town of Hexham in the northeast of England. Maps of the area show just how widespread the Danish settlement was. Place names ending in "by" reveal the Danish name for farm. Thorpe denotes a village, Thwaite a portion of land. The births, marriages and deaths pages of the local paper feature lots of names ending in "son." That was a Danish way of making a name by adding to the name of the father. Just on this page, I can see Harrison, Gibson, Hudson, Robson, Sanderson, Dickinson, Simpson, Dickinson again, and Watson. In school where I was just across the country, there was a Pattinson, a Johnson, a Rawlinson, and another Dixon. Outside in the street, you can see the same thing on shop signs everywhere. Even given centuries of people moving around the country, names ending in "son" are still far more common in what were the Danish territories of the north and west than they are in the south and east. Above all, you can hear the echoes of the Danes' Old Norse language in the way people speak.
What did you say it is?
Charlie.
Charlie, and out of...
Sailor and Limmy cows.
It's a little field on its own. As Willie says, there's a beck down by the side of it. It runs down through a little wood.
And it's such a lovely setting down by the, down by in that Garthwick, isn't it?
It's like a little isolation field. It's only a couple of acres, the whole field.
It'd be interesting to see a few sheep sold with lambs. It would be sort of...
Are they allowed to be sold tonight?
Some Old Norse words stayed in the local dialects of the north. Words like beck for stream and garth for paddock. As a boy in Wigton, I remember hearing and using dialect words like slattery for shower, slape for slippery, yet for gate, laup for leap, yek for oak and yam for home, as in Arsgang and Yam. Pure Norse, heard in Wigton every night of the week, and there were many others. But the influence of Old Norse wasn't just local. All around the country over time, hundreds of Norse words entered the mainstream of English, and we still use them every day. The SK sound is a characteristic of Old Norse, and English borrowed words like score and sky and skive, as well as perhaps 1,000 others, including anger, bull, freckle, knife, neck, root, scowl, and window. Sometimes, where both Old Norse and Old English had a word for the same thing, both words lived on in English, each taking on a slightly different meaning. Where Old English said craft, Old Norse said skill. For in English hide, the Norse said skin. In Old English you were sick, in Norse you were ill. Here was another example of English's extraordinary ability to absorb, to take in words from other languages, adding them to its word hoard, increasing the richness and flexibility of the vocabulary.
I think that the point about vocabulary is how much it astonishes by its ordinary nature. Words like law, egg, husband, leg, ill, die, ugly, all these words are from Old Norse, and yet you wouldn't necessarily think that they were foreign at all. Most astounding of all, I think, are the pronouns they, their and them. Those are also from Old Norse.
And in terms of grammar, in a way, they simplified English, didn't they? They took it away from its Germanic roots.
I think it's probably true to say that Old Norse affects the English language more than any other, because it actually leads to a restructuring of the language. Old English formed sentences, and not by word order, as we do, but by tacking on endings onto the ends of things like articles and pronouns and nouns. What happens is, through contact with a pretty similar language, a lot of these inflectional endings start to lose their distinctive nature. And actually this is a process that we can see happening fairly early on in the Anglo-Saxon period. So the language is prone to do that, but contact with Norse languages speeded it up, gave it a shove towards modernity.
Can you give us a very simple example of that?
Yes, let's take a simple sentence like, the king gave horses to his men. That would be something like in Old English, Se kuning gaf blankan his gumum. Now in Old English, you didn't tend to have a preposition like to. Instead, you could use a special ending, which kind of meant to his men. And that would be a um ending, and you just tack that onto the end of the noun for man. So you'd have gumum. ending. Now, the plural for the word for horse, if you want to say gave horses to his men, would be have an N on it, so it would be blankan. Unfortunately, towards the end of the Old English period, we start to see that ending becoming more and more indistinct. And we see spellings like guman, an, just the same as blankan, an. And it's obvious that the king is more likely to give horses to his men than men to his horses, but you can see that there's a potential there for difficulties, and so we start to see prepositions being used in place of those endings, which had become indistinct.
Spoken English survived the Danish invasion, but as the 9th century drew to a close, the written culture was in a ruinous state, and King Alfred was concerned. When Alfred looked at the state of his kingdom, he was appalled. The scholars in the monasteries had once made England the greatest powerhouse of Christian teaching in Europe. But 150 years had passed since the high days of Bede, and the scholarly tradition had declined, hastened on its way by a century of Viking raids. In all the country, Alfred could barely find a handful of priests who could read and understand Latin. And if they couldn't understand Latin, they couldn't pass on the teachings of the religious books that told people how to lead virtuous lives. They couldn't save souls. Where the written word had once flourished, Alfred now found only chronic spiritual sickness. He looked for a cure. One way was to educate more clergy in Latin. But that wasn't enough. He hit on a more radical solution, a solution that hinged not on Latin, but on English. And he took English to new heights of achievement. In the preface to his own translation of Pope Gregory's Pastoral Care, Alfred wrote, "I remembered how, before it was all ravaged and burned, I'd seen how the churches throughout all England stood filled with treasures and books. And there was also a multitude of God's servants who had very little benefit from those books because they couldn't understand anything of them, since they were not written in their own language." Their own language was, of course, English. Alfred didn't want to do away with Latin, but he realized that it would be far easier to teach people to read books written in the language they spoke. The best scholars could then go on to learn Latin and join holy orders. The rest would still have access to scholarship and spiritual guidance, but it would be written in English. Here, in his capital city of Winchester, Alfred drew up a plan. It was an extraordinarily imaginative project to promote literacy and restore the English language. We should, he wrote, translate certain books which are most necessary for all men to know into the language that we can all understand, and also arrange it, as with God's help we very easily can if we have peace, so that all the youth of free men now among the English people, who have the means to be able to devote themselves to it, may be set to study, for as long as they're of no other use, until the time they're able to read English writing well. Alfred had 5 books of religious instruction, philosophy and history translated from Latin into English, a laborious and costly undertaking. Copies were sent out to the 12 bishops of his kingdom for their wisdom to be spread as widely as possible. To each bishop, to emphasize the importance and value of the project, Alfred sent a costly pointer used to underline the text. This is the Alfred jewel. Many historians believe that it formed the head of one of those pointers. Crafted in crystal, enamel and gold, it was discovered in 1693 in Somerset and is now on show at the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford. It's inscribed, "Alfred had me made," in English. Alfred the Great had made the English language the jewel in his crown. Here in Winchester, Alfred had established what was effectively a publishing house. Other projects he undertook included the commissioning of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, detailing hundreds of years of history. Alfred died in 899. One of his legacies was an English language which was more prestigious and widely read than ever before. There was nothing to compare with this range of written vernacular, history, philosophy, poetry, anywhere else in mainland Europe. English was out on its own. By the middle of the 11th century, English seemed secure, but now other invaders were waiting in the wings, and English was about to face its greatest threat ever. This place, the old Roman fort at Pevensey, was a fateful one for the English language. It was here, among other places, that the Frisians and other Germanic tribes had made landfall in the 5th century and introduced their own language. Now, in 1066, another wave of invaders was landing, the Normans. When in 1066 William, Duke of Normandy, sailed with his army to claim the English throne, he was sure he had right on his side. The English king, Edward the Confessor, had spent many years in Normandy, and in that time, contemporary sources say, had come to regard William as a brother or even a son, and had named him as his successor. Sensing his impending death and fearing rebellion at home, the childless Edward had dispatched Harold Godwinson, his wife's brother, and as Earl of Essex the richest and most powerful of the English lords, to Normandy to pledge loyalty to William. This Harold did, swearing on 2 caskets of holy relics. But when Edward did die, Harold, supported by the English nobility, had himself crowned in Westminster Abbey on the very day that Edward was laid to rest there. To the truculent and ruthless William, this was an affront. Invasion with maximum force, the only possible response. The armies met here, near Hastings. This is the spot where, traditionally, Harold fell, fatally pierced through the eye with an arrow. The site was later named after the engagement, but it's named not with an English word, like fight, but with a word from the language of the Norman victors, battle. Harold would be the last English-speaking king of England for 3 centuries. On Christmas Day, 1066, William was crowned in Westminster Abbey, in a service conducted in English and Latin. William spoke French throughout. A new king and a new language were in authority in England. Enemy. Castle. Castle was one of the first French words to enter the English language. The Normans built a chain of them to impose their rule on the country. This magnificent castle at Rochester was one of the first to be fortified in stone. By blood, the Normans were from the same stock as the Norsemen who'd invaded in earlier centuries, but they no longer spoke a Germanic language, rather what we'd call Old French, which had grown from Latin roots. Many of the words they spoke would have been very strange to the native English, but would quickly become unpleasantly familiar. Our words, army, archer, soldier, garrison, and guard, all come from the conquering Norman French. French was the language that spelled out the architecture of the new social order: crown, throne, and court, duke, baron, and nobility, peasant, vassal, servant. The word govern comes from French, as do liberty, authority, obedience, and traitor. The Normans took the law into their own hands. Felony, arrest, warrant, justice, judge and jury all come from French. And so do accuse, acquit, sentence, condemn, prison, and jail. It's been estimated that in the 3 centuries after the conquest, about 10,000 French words colonized the English language. They didn't all come in immediately, but the conquest opened a conduit of French vocabulary that's remained open on and off ever since. Today, French words are all around us. City, market, porter.
Here we are, look, one fabulous salmon, weighs about 14 pounds. It is a fabulous fish. We've got some fabulous mackerel, they've come up from Aberdeen. Next to them are the oysters, they come from the Essex coast. Sole.
Pork, sausage, bacon.
Nice bit of fruit, bit oranges, bit juicy lemons.
Grape, tart, biscuit, sugar.
Cream.
Fry. Vinegar. Nearly 500 words dealing with food, cooking and eating alone entered English from French, just a fraction of the imports which would enrich the English word hoard in the centuries after the Norman conquest. Within 20 years of taking control of the country, William sent his officers out to take stock of his kingdom. The monks of Peterborough, who were still recording the events of history in English in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, noted disapprovingly that not one piece of land escaped the survey, not even an ox or a cow or a pig. The Domesday Book, there are in fact 2 volumes, show us how complete the Norman takeover of English land was and how widespread their influence and their language. The Norman settlement had concentrated the wealth of England more than ever before or since. The native ruling class from before the conquest had been slaughtered, banished or disinherited in favour of William's followers. Half of the country was in the hands of just 190 men. Half of that was held by just 11 men. And not one of these great landowners spoke English.
Gilberti de Gonde, Raoul d'Insula.
When this record of the country was drawn up, it was written in Latin, not Norman French,
David d'Argent,
and certainly not English.
Ranulph Fitzalgris.
Between them, French and Latin had become the languages of state, law, the church, and history itself in England. The writing of English became increasingly rare. Even the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle guttered into silence.
What we gardena in Yardawum, Theod Kuninga Thrung.
The language of Alfred and the Beowulf poet had lost all the prestige that it had slowly built up. In a country of 3 languages, English was now a poor third, bottom of the pile. The English language had been forced underground. It would take 300 years for it to re-emerge, and when it did, it would have changed dramatically. In 1077, William the Conqueror, ruler of Normandy and England, ordered the construction of a special building. It was to be part palace, part treasury, part prison, and part fortress. It was the White Tower on the banks of the Thames in London, and it was a powerful symbol of the way that the Normans were imposing themselves on this conquered country. They hadn't just brought armies and architecture to mark their authority, they'd also brought their language. The French vocabulary of power forced its way into the English language. Crown and court were both French words, so were castle and tower, and the barons who built them, and so were obedience and justice, treason and prison. The Anglo-Saxon kings had governed using the Old English language. Now the Normans used French and Latin. English had become the third language in its own country. It would take over 300 years to emerge from the shadows. In the years following the arrival of William's army at Pevensey, the Normans tightened their grip on England, now part of a kingdom that extended across the Channel. Across the land, William's men took over every position of power in the state and in the church. Within 60 years, the monk and historian William of Malmesbury could write,
"No Englishman today is an earl or bishop or abbot. The newcomers gnaw at the wealth and guts of England, nor is there any hope of ending the misery."
He wrote in Latin. Written English, which had managed to establish itself so boldly before the conquest, was now dying. It breathed its last here. Now Peterborough Cathedral, in the mid-12th century, part of Peterborough Abbey.
And to Monikes mit him, to Oxenford, to the king, and he gaf him that abbotridge.
Around the country, monks had been recording the great events of the last 650 years in books known as the Anglo-Saxon Chronicles. They were written in the language of the people, English, and there was nothing like them anywhere in mainland Europe.
He was also at Ramsey, and at Tourne, and at Spal, and knew his abbot.
Since the Norman conquest of 1066, these unique accounts had been abandoned one by one. The Peterborough Chronicle was the last survivor. In 1154, a monk recorded that the abbey had a new abbot, a man with the very French name of William de Watteville.
He is chosen author of himself. Willem de Watteville is gehaten, good clerk and good man, and fair have it begun.
He has made a good beginning, the monk writes.
Christus him ure.
Christ grant that he may end as well. With this last entry, 6.5 centuries of written history came to an end. Old English had ceased to be the language of record in the land, but that didn't mean that it was going to go away. Since the conquest, English in varying dialects had remained the language spoken by 90% of the population, from the south coast to the uplands of southern Scotland, just a few miles north of here. Even further north in Scotland and west in Wales, the culture and language were still Celtic. Old English had continued to develop and change, partly as a result of contact with the language of the Danes, particularly here in the north. The grammar was becoming simpler. More plurals were being formed by adding an S. Naman, for example, the Old English plural of name, became names, which would become our names. Prepositions were performing more of the functions of the old word endings, and word order was becoming more fixed. Despite being the officially ignored language, English would continue to evolve and change, and it would endure, resisting and absorbing the invaders' language until the time came for it to resume centre stage as a nation's language. The Peterborough Chronicle of 1154 also recorded that in that year the people of England acquired a new king, Count Henry of Anjou, grandson of William the Conqueror and the first of the Plantagenet kings. A lover of learning, he spoke fluent Latin as well as French, but no English. And the English acquired a new queen, Eleanor of Aquitaine, the daughter of William X of Aquitaine. Henry II was crowned here in Westminster Abbey in a lavish ceremony. The clergy wore silk vestments that were more costly than anything ever seen before in England. The king and queen and the great barons wore silk and brocade robes. The luxury was fitting, it was thought, for an occasion that solemnized the bringing together of so much land and wealth. Henry brought his inheritance of William the Conqueror's land in England and northern France. Eleanor, the greatest heiress in the Western world, brought with her a great swathe of what is now France, from the Loire to the Pyrenees, from the Rhone to the Atlantic. This was a huge kingdom, the greater part of it made up of French-speaking lands across the Channel. As it grew, the English lands and the English language became an ever less significant part of it. French and Latin were even more firmly entrenched as the languages of the court and government of the country. Yet after their coronation, Henry and Eleanor rode in procession along the Strand, and it's reported that the people shouted "Was Hail" and "Vivat Rex," wishing them long life in English and in Latin. English was still alive in the streets. In the court and royal palaces, new ideas from across the Channel were in the air, and new words to express them, words which sang, of courtesy and honour, questing and damsels, jousting and tournaments. French words, every one. The vocabulary of romance and chivalry was heard in England. Bona donasius platia tu friend, del ben quieus fuel quieus vid el mal soffrire, e pues lo mals non puera dantener, ans merce blanquel partam egalment. Eleanor, England's new queen, was considered the most cultured woman in Europe. It was she, more than any other, who patronized the poets and troubadours whose verses and songs created the romantic image of the Middle Ages as the age of chivalry, a glorious vision that was never realized outside the pages of medieval literature. 100 years before, the word chivalry, formed round the word for horse, had simply meant cavalry. It was the fierceness of the mounted warriors that had carried the day for the Normans at Hastings. and since then many English peasants had come to know the mounted Norman soldiers as little more than thugs and bullies who ran the country by force. But now, mounted warriors had become knights, and the word chivalry came to mean a whole model of ideals and behaviour. Infused with honour and altruism, one that prescribed how to act towards one's liege lord, one's friends and enemies, and of course fair, cruel ladies. Ideas had shifted, and words with them. It was in Eleanor's reign that French writers brought the stories of Arthur and his knights out of the history books and into poetry, cultivating a language far richer and subtler than the one that the first Norman settlers had spoken and written. The poets rhapsodized about Eleanor, celebrating her as the most beautiful woman in the world, pouring out the impossible longing for the perfect woman that was at the heart of the cult of courtly love. The poetry of affairs of the heart had come to England, singing of pain and joy, and beginning a line in literature that runs through Shakespeare's sonnets and the great romantic poets to today's 3-minute pop lyrics. Meanwhile, England's native inhabitants were singing their own songs about things in their less exalted condition, things that concern them every day. They sang in their own language, English. That song was first recorded in 1225, making it one of the earliest pieces of English that's still recognisable today. There's not a single French word in it. Words like summer, come, sow, seed and new can be traced right back to the flatlands of Frisia. Spring and wood can be found in the Anglo-Saxon poem Beowulf, and merry, sing and loud in the works authorised by Alfred the Great. There's a pure line of Old English vocabulary here, in a song that comes from the peasants and the land, at the opposite end of the social scale from the troubadours' songs. The French language of the grand lords hasn't penetrated down to the common people. Certainly the native English and the French overlords lived very different lives. William the Conqueror had introduced the system of feudalism into England, and though evolving, it still defined all economic and social relations, expressed in French words like vilain and vassal, labourer, bailiff and factor. In the country, where 95% of the population lived, the English were essentially serfs, another French word. Not technically slaves, but tied for life to their lord's estate, which they worked for him and, at a subsistence level, for themselves. While the English-speaking peasants lived in small cottages or huts, their French-speaking masters lived privileged lives in their castles. Our modern vocabulary still reflects the distinction between them. English speakers tended the living cattle, which we still call by the Old English words of ox or cow. French speakers ate the prepared meat, which came to the table, which we call by the French word beef. In the same way, the English sheep became the French mutton, calf became veal, deer, venison, and pig, pork. English animal, French meat, in every case. The English laboured, the French feasted. Where English underlings and French masters lived and worked together, the boundaries between their languages inevitably wore away, and the vocabularies of court and countryside mingled. For example, local men would have been involved in the training and flying of a nobleman's hawks. And some now common words have come to us from falconry. The word falcon itself comes from French, as does leash, which referred to the strip of material used to secure the bird, and block on which the bird stood. Our word codger comes from the often elderly man who assisted the falconer by carrying the hawks on a cadge or cage. Bait described the bird beating its wings and trying to fly away. Check meant at first refusing to come to the fist. Our word lure comes from the leather device still used in training and recalling the hawk. Quarry was the reward given to the falcon for making a kill. When a bird molted, she was said to mew, and from that came the name of the buildings where hawks were kept, mews. Today, that name can still be seen attached to streets where estate agents rather than hawks hunt their quarry. We've just heard 9 French words that came into English from one activity alone. Steadily, French vocabulary was pouring over English.
The French influence on the English language as a whole is enormous in terms of vocabulary, not in terms of grammar, but in terms of vocabulary it's unmatched by any other language. For example, fruit replaces the Old English wastum pretty quickly. Within a space of about 40 or 50 years, wastum simply isn't used. But the majority of words don't replace Old English, they stand side by side with them. So we have a word like apple in Old English, meant any kind of fruit. Whereas what happens is because fruit comes in and is basically expresses that, apple starts to mean a very specific sort of a fruit. I think it's not true to say that, generally speaking, French words came into the language and ousted the Old English words out of it. Generally, what seems to happen is that the Old English word simply narrows in meaning.
It was now almost 150 years since the Norman conquest. Though the people at the top had changed, the ascendancy of French was still absolute. Written English, that triumphant achievement of Alfred and English scholars, was dead, and spoken English was being progressively colonized throughout society by French words. But the balance of power and of languages was about to shift. Of course, early 13th century English society consisted of more than English peasants grubbing the land and French-speaking nobility lording it in their castles. Trade was on the increase. The wool trade in particular made parts of England rich. On the proceeds, grand churches were built, even in modest villages like this one at North Leach in the Cotswolds. Services would of course be conducted in Latin. Towns were growing, sometimes French and English towns together, as at Norwich and Nottingham. Then, as now, London was the magnet. its population would double in the course of the 13th century. As feudalism loosened its grip, English speakers would flood in from the country looking for opportunities, a better life. Already established were the French-speaking court officials, administrators, lawyers and merchants, but also craftsmen who gave us the French names for some tools of the trade. Measure, mallet, chisel, pulley, bucket, trowel. This is Petty France in London. Its name shows that it originally housed a community of French immigrants. In the early Middle Ages, there were areas like this in many English towns, home to craftsmen and merchants who'd come here from Normandy. English and French speakers met and mingled in these places, and the English middle classes picked up French words by the thousand. Merchant, money, price, discount, bargain, contract, partner, embezzle. The English didn't just borrow French vocabulary, they took their names. Then as now, names were a matter of fashion, and the fashion in the early 13th century was for French. So out went the good old English Ethelberts, Elfrics and Ethelstains, Dunstons, Wulfstons and Wulfrics, and in came the newfangled Richards and Roberts, Simons and Stephens, Johns, Jeffreys, and most popular of all, Williams. It seemed that everywhere French was the name of the game. If this process had continued, whereby French percolated and penetrated into every area of English society, then French could eventually have engulfed English. That didn't happen. Why not? One critical reason was that because of particular historical events, French speakers in England became cut off from their cultural and linguistic roots. In 1204, the reigning monarch John, King of Normandy, Aquitaine and England, lost his Norman lands in a war with the much smaller kingdom of France. The Norman dukedoms, ancestral lands of William the Conqueror, and cultural homelands were part of another empire now. As long as the French nobility and middle classes who lived in England kept contact with their homelands in Normandy, as long as they thought of themselves as French and married within French families, their identity and language were secure. When they lost their connections across the Channel, their language began to lose its grip on English. One thing that happened was that French speakers, even within the noblest families, began to look for wives not from across the Channel, but in England. They married English speakers, and in doing so, they married, as it were, into the English language as well. It's said that the hand that rocks the cradle rules the world. It's likely that by the middle of the 13th century, many children in families which would previously have been French-speaking were learning English from their mothers or nurses.
Merry it is, summer last with Vogel's song. Och, nu netcheth wind is blast, and weather strong. Hey, what this night is long, and each with well nature wrong. Soreg and mourn and fast.
No doubt many of the children of Anglo-French marriages grew up bilingual, perhaps speaking one language to the servants in the castle kitchen and another at dinner in the Great Hall. By 1250, there's even some evidence that children of the nobility were having to learn French from a written primer, grappling with the vocabulary of what was becoming effectively a foreign language. By the middle of the 13th century, more and more French speakers throughout society were themselves beginning to speak English, becoming bilingual. The result was that while French itself became more of a foreign language, French vocabulary, French words, continued to stream into English. Many more words are recorded after 1250 than before. abbey, attire, censor, defend, figure, malady, music, parson, plead, sacrifice, scarlet, spy, stable, virtue, marshal, park, reign, beauty, clergy, cloak, country, fool, heir, pillory. And because French was the international language of trade, it acted as a conduit for words from the markets of the East. Arabic words that gave to the English saffron, mattress, hazard, camphor, alchemy, lute, amber, and syrup. Our phrase checkmate comes through French from the Arab shahmat, the king is dead. As we've heard, very often the imports didn't replace existing English words, but settled down with them, each word adopting a slightly different meaning. The same thing had happened with English and Old Norse, this layering effect. So, a young English hare came to be named by the French word leveret, English swan, French cygnet. A small English axe is a French hatchet. Ask, English, and demand from French have slightly different meanings, as do bit and morsel, wish and desire, might and power, room and chamber. On the surface, some of these words appear to be interchangeable, and sometimes they are. But more interestingly, there are fine differences. That's the beauty of it. Answer is not quite respond. Begin isn't always commence. Liberty isn't always freedom. Shades of meaning, representing new shades of thought, were massively absorbed into our language at that time. The range of what I would call almost synonyms became one of the glories of English, contributing to the language's precision and flexibility, allowing its speakers and writers over the centuries to select very precisely the right word. Rather than replace English, French was helping equip and enrich the language for the central role that it was on its way to reassuming. Towards the end of the 13th century, a new idea of the English people was being born. The Norman lands across the Channel were a foreign country now. Even the families who traced their roots back to William the Conqueror's Norman followers, men with French names and French blood, started calling themselves true-born Englishmen. Behind me is the tomb of Edward I, the hammer of the Scots, it says there in Latin. Latin was the language of official business. But when the French King Philip threatened invasion of England in 1295, Edward used the English language as a symbol of nationhood to galvanize support. If Philip is able to do all the evil he means to, from which God protect us, he plans to wipe out our English language entirely from the earth, he said. The old language, reborn, could now be a rallying point for a new mongrel people. The invasion never came. And though Edward made the English language a symbol for the country, he didn't elevate it to official use. Latin and French were still the languages of state affairs. It was Edward's direct ancestor, William the Conqueror, who more than 2 centuries before had enshrined Latin and French as the written languages of state, banishing English. But as the 13th century gave way to the 14th, English was becoming the one language out of the 3 that everyone in the country could be counted on to know. In 1325, for instance, the chronicler William of Nassington could write,
Latin can no one speak, I trow, but those who it from school do know. And some know French, but not Latin, who are used to court and dwell therein. And some know Latin, though just in part, whose use of French is less than art. And some can understand English, who neither Latin know nor French. But unlettered or learned, old or young, all understand the English tongue.
And around the country, written English was emerging from the shadows. Songs in the French troubadour style, but with English words, appeared, as did a few vernacular poems. In some places, the old English religious homilies had continued to be copied and circulated. The bestiary in which birds and animals were portrayed and their behaviour made the basis for lessons in Christian morality was a particular medieval form. They were usually written, as here, in Latin. But in a late 13th century example, the text is not in Latin, but in English.
The wild deer has two properties. He draws out the viper from the stone with his nose and swallows it. The venom causes the deer to burn. Then he rushes to the water and drinks it. The devil is like the whale. He tempts men to follow their sinful lusts, and in return they find ruin. It is the weak in faith, the little ones, that he thus beguiles.
And it was an animal which, in just a few years' time, would by a cruel twist of fate give English its greatest boost yet, a small black rodent with a Latin name. Rattus rattus, the black rat. In 1348, ancestors of these black rats deserted a ship that, coming from the continent, had docked near Weymouth. They carried a deadly cargo, a germ that modern science calls Pasteurella pestis, that the 14th century named the Great Pestilence, and that we know as the Black Death. Plague had come to Britain. Infected rats carried the deadly germ east, then north. They sought out human habitations, building nests in the floors, climbing the wattle and door walls, shedding the infected fleas that fed on their blood and transmitted bubonic plague. It's been estimated that between a quarter and a third of England's population of 4 million died. In some places, whole communities were wiped out. This is Ashwell in Hertfordshire. In the bell tower of the church, some desperate soul, perhaps the parish priest, scratched a poignant record on the wall in bad Latin.
The first pestilence was in 1350-1. 1350. Pitiless, wild, violent. Only the dregs of the people live to tell the tale.
The dregs were those of the English-speaking peasantry who'd survived. Though the Black Death was a human catastrophe, it set in train a series of social upheavals which would speed the English language along the road to full restoration as the real and recognised language of the nation. For one thing, the Black Death dealt Latin, the language of the church, a body blow. Where people lived communally, as the clergy did in monasteries and other religious orders, the incidence of infection and death was disproportionately high. At a local level, many parish priests either caught the plague from tending their parishioners or simply ran away. As a result of the plague, the Latin-speaking clergy in some parts of England were reduced by almost a half. Many of their replacements were barely literate laymen, whose only language was English. England after the Black Death was a very different place. In many parts of the country, there was hardly anyone left to work the land or tend the livestock. The acute shortage of labour meant that those who did the work had the power to break from their feudal past and demand better conditions, higher wages. Times were changing. Wages rose, the price of property fell. Working people seized the opportunities they'd never had before. The fortunes of the common people were changing. They were rising through society, and they took their English with them. By 1385, English had replaced French in the schoolroom, and as education and literacy spread, so did the demand for books in English. And English was already finding a place in the state and in the law. In 1362, for the first time in 3 centuries, English was acknowledged as a language of official business. Since the conquest, court cases had been heard in French. Now the law recognized that too few people understood that language, probably because many of the educated lawyers had died in the plague. From now on, it was declared cases could be pleaded, showed, defended, debated and judged in English. In the same year, 1362, Parliament was opened here at Westminster. For the first time ever, the Chancellor addressed the Assembly not in French, but in English.
For the worship and honour of God, King Edward hath sumpned his prelates, dukes, earls, barons, and other lords of his realm, to his Parliament holden at Westminster, the year of the King's 6th.
And soon, English would once again be the language of kings. The country hadn't had an English-speaking monarch since Harold had been hacked to death at Hastings in 1066. In 1399, King Richard II was deposed by Henry, Duke of Lancaster. Parliament was summoned here, to the Great Hall at Westminster. The dukes and lords, spiritual and temporal, were assembled. The royal throne, draped in cloth of gold, stood empty. Then Henry stepped forward, crossed himself, and claimed the crown. And in a great symbolic moment, he made his speech not in the Latin language of state business, or the French language of the royal household, but in what the official history calls his mother tongue, English.
In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, I, Henry of Lancaster, challenge this realm of England, and the corona with all the members and their appurtenances. As I that am descended by richt line of the blood, coming from the good Lord, King Henry III. And for that richt, that God of his grace hath sent me, with the help of me kin and of me friends, to recover it. The which realm was in point to be undone for the fault of governance and undoing of the God allowance.
And so Henry, Duke of Lancaster, became King Henry IV, and English was once again a royal language. The tide seemed to be turning in its favour. By the end of the 14th century, it was on course to regain its status as the first language of the country. And now it also had a literary champion who could harness its full capabilities to produce great writing, Geoffrey Chaucer.
When that April with his sure as soot the drocht of March hath persed to the root, and bathed every vine in such liquor of which virtue engendered is the floor. When Zephyrus eke with his sweeter breath inspired hath in every holt and hath the tender crops, and the young sun hath in the ram his healthy course run, and smale fooles maken melodie that slepen al de nicht with open ye, so pricketh hem natur in her courage, than longen folk to goen on pilgrimage.
Chaucer wrote those opening showery lines to the Canterbury Tales more than 6 centuries ago, in 1387. For millions of people since, the Canterbury Tales have been the flowering of the medieval English language, and also a great staging post for English literature. Chaucer, pictured here as one of his own pilgrims, wasn't the only writer of his time, and he didn't invent the language he was working with. But he, more than any other, recognized its richness, the potential in having at his disposal vocabularies from high and low society, drawn from French and Old English, and he worked it to the full. Chaucer was a Londoner and an important man with connections to the royal family and a high position in the civil service. He'd travelled widely, perhaps even been a spy, and he knew Latin and French. He might have been expected, like many other English poets of the time, to write in either of those languages for an exclusive audience. But he didn't. He chose to write in English, the English that was spoken in London.
The language of London would have been a huge mixture. You've got people coming in from the central Midlands, from the northern Midlands. From the northern Midlands, they'd have bringing more Scandinavian terms because it's an area of strong Scandinavian settlement. But we'd have also have heard French loanwords, which people would have heard in literature as well. So it's a vibrant variety of English.
Befell that in that season on a day, in Southwark at the Tabard as he lay ready to wenden on me pilgrimage to Canterbury with full devout courage, at night was come into that hostelry well 29 in a compagnie of Sombry.
This is where the Tabard Inn used to stand. Now it's the rather dismal backyard of Guy's Hospital. This is where Chaucer's pilgrims gather before setting out on their pilgrimage to Canterbury. The buildings may have gone, but Chaucer's characters, a cannily constructed cross-section of medieval society, live on in his writing.
A knicht there was, and that a worthy man, that fro the team that he first began to read out, he loved chivalry, truth, and honor. There was also a nun, a prioress, that of her smiling was full simple and coy. A merchant was there with a forked beard, in motley, and he on horse he sat. A good wife was there of beside a bath, but she was somedel deaf, and that was scath. The miller was a stout carl for the nonnes, full big he was of brown and eke of bonus.
The pilgrims set off for Canterbury, a journey of about 3 days then, and to pass the time they told each other stories. The stories have a range of styles, from serious moral fables to bawdy farces with episodes that wouldn't be out of place in a carry-on film. What Chaucer did most brilliantly was to choose and tailor his language to suit every tale and its teller. The creation of mood and tone and the realization of characters through the language is something we expect of writers today. So it's difficult to realize how extraordinary it was when Chaucer did it. He proved that reformed English was fit for great literature, which gives him a key part in our story.
This gentil cock had in his governance 7 hennes for to do all his plaisance, which were his sisters and his paramours, and wonderlik to him as of colours, of which the firest hewed on her throat was clepped fire dam o saile pertelot.
Can you tell us what language is predominating in this particular passage?
Well, you've got so many French words, haven't you? They really hit you between the eyes. Even today, I think you'd notice them. Gouvernance, plaisance, paramour. In fact, Chaucer is thought to be the person who introduced paramour into the English language himself. And those words, plaisance, gouvernance, all appear from about the 1350s, so they're quite new at a time when Chaucer used them in Nun's Priest's Tale. The question, of course, is why is he doing this? Well, it's odd, really, isn't it? Because this is a story about chickens. It's a story about a cock and his hens. And you'd have thought that perhaps a less refined language might be in order. But Chaucer is playing with the whole idea of an exalted style. And so he's investing these hens and cocks with a feeling of great literary quality. You know, it becomes almost a mock epic.
Chaucer not only used existing French words for poetic effect, he also introduced his own elevated synonyms, sometimes bypassing an English word in favour of a more stylish French borrowing. So, English had the perfectly good hard as a noun. Chaucer borrowed the French word difficulté. In place of unhap, he gave us disadventure. For shenship, dishonesty. For building, edifice. For unconning, ignorant. And for meaning, signifiance. But Chaucer wasn't just ensnared with the elegance of French, he also cherished the directness and earthiness of English, and used it, for example, in The Miller's Tale, where the student Absalon's midnight assignation with a neighbour's wife doesn't go quite according to plan.
This Absalon gan weep his mouthful dree. Dirk was the nicht as pitch or as the coal, and at the window would she put her hole. And Absalon him fill ne bet ne worse, but with his mouth he kissed her naked ears.
The language, of course, is predominantly Old English, and again, Chaucer is aware of what linguists would call register. He knows that you have to have a particular style for a particular purpose. With The Miller's Tale, we have both the miller himself, who is a man of extraordinary qualities, so he opens doors simply by running at them with his head, which is a clever trick. And the story itself is, as you know, about bottoms out of windows and other such thing. And of course, in that case, it's appropriate to have a simple, earthy style. He knows that if he's talking about basic, earthy stuff, he might as well use good Old English words. And I think it's actually marked that use by not using many French words. I think people would have picked up on that. We certainly do. The style seems very direct, almost colloquial. Of course, that's literary artifice. But it does seem direct and colloquial, and that's as a complete result of the way in which he's using the language. The language he'd have heard on the streets. Words like ass, meaning arse, I'm afraid, and other such rude words.
Scholars dispute how much vocabulary Chaucer actually introduced into English. With Old English, he certainly reintroduced words which hadn't been written down since before 1100, probably because they weren't considered important or seemly enough. Words like churlish, farting, friendly, learning, loving, restless, swiven, wasp, wifely, and willingly. This is where the pilgrims who'd beguiled the miles with their various tales would have been making for. The shrine of Thomas à Becket in Canterbury Cathedral. The brilliant archbishop, son of a French merchant, had been brutally murdered in 1170 by knights acting on the wishes, if not instructions, of Henry II, that first Plantagenet, whose wife Eleanor had done so much to promote the courtly French language, which Chaucer was now mining so expertly. In Chaucer's day, this area around the cathedral and the nearby streets would have been thronged with pilgrims from all over the country. Well, the thronging hasn't changed, but they would have been speaking in the dialect of their homes. English wasn't uniform in the way it was spoken, and Chaucer himself in the Reeve's Tale gives us literature's first fully northerner, who speaks with flat vowels. He says him for home, na for no, gan for gone, and nan for none, all pronunciations that will be quite understandable in the northeast of England today. Chaucer himself worried about whether his work would be mispronounced or wrongly copied or just misunderstood in other parts of the country. He bids one of his poems, Troilus and Cressida, a rather worried farewell, voicing a concern he must also have felt for the Canterbury Tales.
Go, little book, and for there is so great diversity in English and in reading of our tongue, so pray God that none misread they, ne they mismetre for default of tongue, and read whereso thou be or else song that thou be understand. A God beseech.
Of course, Chaucer's books, particularly the Canterbury Tales, were understood. His language, the language of late 14th century London, would become, with some later modifications, the standard form of English, and his genius in harnessing that language to serve his vision as a writer would guarantee that it lived on. A century and a half after his death, Geoffrey Chaucer was famous enough for this tomb to be put in Westminster Abbey. In the intervening years, his tales had spread around the country and delighted listeners and readers ranging from London merchants to the future Richard III. Before the 15th century was out, the Canterbury Tales had been printed by Thomas Caxton, ensuring the future of Chaucer's work and furthering the process by which Southern English, Chaucer's English, would become the standard. Chaucer was the first poet to be buried here in what's become Poets' Corner. It's appropriate for the man who not only entertained and delighted in his own work, but who, through expanding the capabilities of the English language, created a standard and a platform for those who followed. In the last programme, we looked at the way in which English had begun to oust French as the language of law and government, and how there was a new confidence in English literature.
Father, we are fulfilling your bidding to fulfil. 9 months past the plane since we were put to pain.
But during the 14th and 15th centuries, there began a movement to return English to its central place in society. This fight was often a violent one. It was as much a political story as a linguistic one, and it starts right at the top, for late medieval Britain was above all a religious society. The Catholic Church controlled and pervaded all aspects of life, and it was in the Church that this struggle for access and power would be fought. English set out to become the language of God.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God.
God created the heavens and the earth.
Now the earth was formless and empty.
And God said, "Let there be lights." And there was light.
Through him all things were made. Without him nothing was made that has been made. In him was life, and that life was the light of men.
Right, find number 12 in your hymn book and then stand up, ready to really sing as well as you possibly can.
In the beginning was the Word, but not if you lived in 14th century England and couldn't speak Latin. Power in words lay in the Bible. There was no Bible in English. In formal terms, God spoke to the people in Latin. 6 centuries ago, the Bible stories were commonly enjoyed, but not the Bible itself. To the vast majority, it was a closed book.
Both Osier and easier prayed that a prince with Uten pair should descend down in a lardy, to make mankeen clearly, to leach them that are lorn, and in Bedlam, Herby, shall that psalm barn be born.
These are the mystery plays, first performed in York around 1376 and still being performed today. They tell the Christian story, from the mystery of God's creation to the birth, death and resurrection of Christ. They are religious plays, but they're not the scriptures. They're a sort of biblical soap opera, at the same kind of remove from the original source as our nativity plays are today. If you wanted to hear the real thing, you'd have to go in there, in the Minster, and hear it in Latin. Out here you'll get the strip cartoon version in English. Only one play each year is now performed in the original language, the language of the time of Chaucer.
It meaneth so marvellous a man, if fully you be hit. What it should mean, that what not ye, for all you can gap and gone. He can sing it as well as they, and honest say, it shall soon be proved all we pass. If ye will help, hold on, for thus it was. Dies et laetitiae in auture.
This year it's the Shepherd's Play, the story of the 3 shepherds seeing the angelic host coming and preparing for the newly born Jesus.
This was a merry note, be the day that he shall see. It has so cracked in me throat that me lip is on the street.
An angel brocht us Tivendis new. A barb in Bedlam should be born, of whom then spark our prophecy true, and bard has made him there this morn.
That was the language of the streets, immediate and direct. But in God's house, Latin ruled. Anybody who was brought up in the ways of the Church of England, as I was, would find a medieval church service linguistically a strange and remote affair. When you went to church then, and everybody had to, it was compulsory, there was no familiar English hymnal, hymns ancient and modern, or even the Book of Common Prayer. Everything was in Latin, and at best you'd only have understood the odd word of it. Only the clergy were allowed to read the Word of God, and they did even that silently. A bell was rung to let the congregation know when the priest had reached the important bits. For the authority of the Catholic Church, it was vital that a priest and a language stood between a believer and the Bible. But all that was about to change dramatically. In the 14th century, there was the beginnings of a counter-movement that was going to turn the English-speaking world on its axis. It would eventually tear the church in two. It would mark the end of the Middle Ages and would cost many, many lives. It was the battle for the language of the Bible. The English, some of them, wanted access to the kingdom of heaven in the language of the streets. They wanted a Bible that belonged to them, and they were prepared to fight for it. It was the boldest way for English to become the language of real power. The prime mover was John Wycliffe, who at the age of 17 was admitted here to Merton College, Oxford. Wycliffe was a charismatic scholar, fluent in Latin and therefore familiar with the Bible. He was a major philosopher and theologian who believed passionately that his knowledge should be shared by everyone, and he was fiercely opposed to the power and wealth of the church. When men speak of the church, he said, they usually mean priests, monks, canons and friars, but it should not be so. Were there 100 popes, he wrote, and all the friars turned to cardinals, their opinions in matters of faith should not be accepted, except insofar as they're founded on the Scripture itself. The church in Wycliffe's time was often lazy and corrupt. Bible reading, even among the clergy, was surprisingly rare, for often they didn't have the Latin. When the Bishop of Gloucester surveyed 311 deacons, archdeacons and priests of the diocese, he discovered that 168 were unable to repeat the 10 Commandments, 31 didn't know where those commandments came from, and 40 couldn't repeat the Lord's Prayer. Wycliffe railed at the corruption and complacency of the church. His overriding thought was summed up in his passionate belief in the right of every man, whether cleric or layman, to examine the Bible for himself. This meant a full English Bible, but it wasn't an easy task. It was unauthorized by the church and so potentially heretical, even seditious. It had to be done in secrecy, for its aim was to overthrow the powerful with words. We know that by the beginning of 1380, Wycliffe had organized the translation from the Latin of the first English Bible. The work took place here, in Oxford, probably with a number of translators. And it wasn't only the mammoth task of translation that faced them, their Bible had to be disseminated too. Once a translation was done, the new Bible was reproduced. Hundreds were copied in scriptaria, production lines turning out handwritten copies. 170 of these Bibles survive, a huge number for a 600-year-old manuscript, which tells us there must have been armies of people secretly transcribing it, copying it, and passing it on. And here it is, the first English Bible, laboriously copied out in perfect script. Look at it. The first thing that strikes me is how like the Lindisfarne Gospels it is. The tradition went on. Of this book you can fairly say it literally changed the world, and later, for the sake of this book, hundreds would be martyred, dying the most horrible deaths. But this was the most radical cause of its day, one, some sort, worth dying for. God's Word in English. Here it is in modern speech.
In the beginning, God made of naught heaven and earth. Forsooth, the earth was idle and void, and darkness were on the face of depth, and the Spirit of God was born on the waters. And God said, Light be made, and light was made. And God saw the light that it was good, and he departed the light through darkness. And he kept the light day, and the darkness night. And the eventide and morrowtide was made one day.
There was a problem with Wycliffe's Bible. It wasn't an easy translation. Many familiar phrases do have their origin here. Woe is me, an eye for an eye. and words such as barbarian, birthday, canopy, childbearing, cockcrow, communication, crime, dishonour, envy, frying pan, godly, graven, humanity, injury, jubilee, lecher, madness, menstruate, middleman, mountainous, novelty, oppressor, philistine, pollute, puberty, rampart, schism, tramp, unfaithful, visitor and zeal. You read them first in Wycliffe's Bible from the 1380s onwards. But on the whole, Wycliffe and his team were so in awe of the sacred nature of the Latin scriptures that they did a translation word for word, even keeping the Latin word order. So it contains phrases like, Lord, go from me, for I am a man sinner, and I, forsooth, am the Lord thy God, strong jealous. These were people still nervous with their own language, anxious that it could carry the weight of God's word. One result was that there are over 1,000 Latin words that turn up for the first time in English, whose use in English is first recorded in Wycliffe's translation. Quite ordinary ones like emperor, justice, profession, city, cradle, suddenly, angel, multitude, and glory, a good word for this Bible. This was still a difficult language to Wycliffe's contemporaries, but at least it wasn't Latin. By the standards of the day, it was the bestseller. The church condemned him for it, maintaining that he'd made the scriptures more open to the readings of laymen and women. Thus the jewel of the clerics is turned to the sport of the laity, and the pearl of the gospel is scattered abroad and trodden underfoot by swine. Wycliffe had begun to organise and train what amounted to a new religious order of itinerant preachers, whom he dispatched around England. Their purpose was to spread the word, literally in English. It was like a guerrilla campaign. They were determined to win the battle for God. In the highways, byways, taverns, inns and village greens, they preached against church corruption and proclaimed Wycliffe's anti-clerical ideas. They read from his English Bible, and they became known as Lollards. The name might be derived from lollia, meaning weeds, or from lollen, to whisper, murmur, or hum. They were a secret but influential movement and hated by the Catholic establishment. They went straight to the source of God's teaching and cut out the priests.
Blessed be poor men in spirit, for the kingdom of heaven is theirs. Blessed be mild men, for they shall wield the earth. Blessed be they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed be they that hunger and thirst rightwise, for they shall be fulfilled. Blessed be merciful men, for they shall get mercy. Blessed be they that be of clean heart, for they shall see God. Blessed be they that suffer persecution for rightfulness, for the kingdom of heaven is theirs. So shine your light before men, that they see your good works and glorify your Father that is in heaven.
The church wasn't going to stand for this. It cut at its very authority. On this spot, Blackfriars in London, on May the 17th, 1382, a special synod made up of 8 bishops, various masters of theology, doctors of canon and civil law, and 45 friars met to examine Wycliffe's works. It was a show trial. Their conclusion was preordained, and 2 days into their meeting they drafted a statement condemning Wycliffe's pronouncements as outright heresies. The synod also condemned Wycliffe's associates. It ordered the arrest and prosecution of itinerant preachers throughout the land. Eventually, it secured a parliamentary ban on all English-language Bibles. On the 30th of May that year, the synod instructed every diocese to publish the verdict. Wycliffe became ill.
The stress defeated him and he was paralysed by a stroke. Two years later, he died.
Wycliffe's death didn't signal the end of the movement, though afterwards Lollards were at constant risk of their lives. They met in hidden places, especially in Hereford and Monmouthshire. They managed to elude the agents of the church and keep their faith alive. One contemporary chronicler said that every second man he met was a Lollard, and they went all over England, luring great nobles and lords to their fold. It's most unlikely that they were that numerous, but nevertheless this was a national political movement, and its cause was the English language.
In summer season, when soft was the sun, he shot me into a shroud as his shape were. But in a Maya's morning, on Malverne hulles, me befell a ferli of firing with tochter.
This is the West Midlands dialect of William Langland's Piers Plowman. It's a religious poem, the most popular poem of its day. It's the first time we know of that the English language was used to express a personal Christian spiritual vision, and is evidence of a native tradition that's a real and growing alternative to the established religious culture. It came to Langland in a series of dreams, the first here on the Malvern Hills. It's written in alliterative verse, itself a form which harks back to the Old English of Beowulf, and it's an allegory of the Christian life and of the contemporary corruption of the Christian church.
And as he beheld into the east and heich to the sun, he saw a tour on a toft trelliche I market. A deep dale beneath, a dungun therein, with deop ditch and derk dreadful of sichte. A fair veld full of folk fond I there between, working and wandering as the world asketh, some putten hem to the plough, playden full selden, in setting and in sowing, swonken full harde. I fond their freres, all the four orders, preaching the people for profit of her wombes, glossing the gospel as hem good liketh. But the parish priest and the pardoner parted the silver, that the poor people of the parish should have if that herne were.
English here is being used to form not just a literary language, but one which is an alternative to the received authority passed down either through French or Latin. This is plain speaking for plain folk, it seems to say. This is real experience. This is the language of an individual relationship with God. It prefigures books like Pilgrim's Progress and Paradise Lost. It would bestir the Pilgrim Fathers and in good time become the Protestant language of the English Reformation. But meanwhile, the church was not satisfied with Wycliffe's death. It continued to burn Bibles, it burned people, and it ordered Wycliffe to be posthumously burned. In 1414, the most imposing council ever called by the Catholic Church condemned Wycliffe as a heretic, and in the spring of 1428 ordered his bones to be exhumed and removed from consecrated ground. With the Primate of England looking on, Wycliffe's remains were disinterred and burned by a little bridge that spanned the River Swift, a tributary of the Avon. His ashes were scattered into the stream. So, officially, the Bible remained in Latin. But there was a Lollard prophecy of the time which ran, "The Avon to the Severn runs, the Severn to the sea, and Wycliffe's dust shall spread abroad, wide as the waters be." The prophecy was right. English would eventually have its Bible, but the Church would not give way before the new force of English until the State had buckled first. The battle for an English Bible was a battle literally for the soul of England. But before it could be won, the heart and mind of the country had to be persuaded too. And that process began here in 1417 in France with Henry V.
Right trusty and well-beloved brother, right worshipful fathers in God, and trusty and well-beloved, for as much as we know well your desire were to hear joyful tidings of our good speed, we signify unto you that of our labour has sent good conclusion.
In the early 15th century, Henry was campaigning around northern France, winning French territory in famous battles, especially at Agincourt. It seems a small thing, but it was of quite extraordinary significance that after his victory, Henry V broke with 350 years of royal tradition and wrote his dispatches home in English. This was an astute move. English kings had begun to speak English under his father, Henry IV, but all court documents had hitherto been written in French, as they had been since the Norman conquest. Henry's English letters are deliberate pieces of propaganda to be spread throughout the land. Here's his letter announcing peace.
Upon Monday, the 20th day of May, we arrived in this town, Troyes, and the accord of the Peace Perpetuelle was here sworn by the Duke of Burgundy, and semblably by us in our own name. The letters forthwith sealed under the Great Seal, copies of which we send to be proclaimed in our city of London, and through all our realm, that our people may have knowledge thereof for their consolation. Signed, Henry, by the grace of God, King of England.
Henry's motives may have been the exploitation of anti-French fervour, but once he returned from the campaigns, he continued to write in English. And in doing so, he made the first major step towards the creation of an official, standardised English that everybody could read. The Houses of Parliament, where I am now, are also called the Palace of Westminster. That's a reminder that on this site, the kings of England once had their principal London residence. This hall is all that survived the Great Fire, and somewhere round here, when the king was in residence, would have been the first circle of his government.
This was called the Signet Office. It wrote personal letters on behalf of the monarch, which carried the royal seal, and, in ways familiar to us today, once Henry decreed that the Signet Office should use English, it was inevitable that the rest of the country would come to do the same.
The problem was, which English? Across the country, people still spoke a mass of different dialects and would have had trouble understanding one another. For instance, the word stien or stain in the north was stone in the south. The ing participle, as in running, was said as and in the north, end in the East Midlands, and ind in the West Midlands. So, running could also be said as runand, runind, and runend. But that was nothing compared to the variety of spellings in use. Because England had traditionally used French or Latin as its written languages, there had never been any need to agree on a common linguistic standard or even how to spell particular words. But now, there was.
Take the word church, for instance, one of the most common and important in the language. In the north of England, it was commonly called a kirk, while the south used church. However, kirk could be spelt K-Y-R-K, K-Y-R-K-E, K-I-R-K-E, K-E-R-K, K-I-R-C, and K-E-R-K-E. Church was variously C-H-U-R-C-H-E, C-H-E-R-C-H-E, C-H-I-R-C-H-E, C-H-E-R-C-H, C-H-Y-R-C-H, C-H-E-R-G-E, C-H-Y-R-C-H-E, and S-C-H-Y-R-C-H-E.
Fortunately, from the language's point of view, there was a big engine of state that could deal with this unruly tongue. It was the Chancellery, reduced to Chancery, the civil service of the day, because it was crucial that a document produced in London could be read in Carlisle. We needed a common written language.
This is the Public Records Office, where the official documents of the 15th century are kept. As Chancery began to use the English language, it had to make hundreds of decisions about which form of a word and which spelling to adopt. We don't know how these choices were made, but we do know that they stuck. Thousands of documents were painstakingly written out and sent all over the country. Many had legal status, so they had to be exact and consistent. And under the influence of Chancery, the language starts to look more modern. and more even. Words like any, but, many, not, such, ought, and even I, previously Ike, I-C-H-E, had also been allowed, find their modern forms at Chancery. Lond becomes land, and church, kirk, and all the others become church. During the decade 1469 to 1479 alone, for instance, the modern word shall starts as xal, then shall, and finally settles into its modern form, shall. The word ride becomes right, hath and doth become has and does. By 1500, under the influence of Chancery, the language is becoming recognizable to us.
Is there anything else in common with the plurals? Some end in S, some end in ES, some end in IES. Anyone know why? Is there a reason why they all end in different endings?
Is it because it's just the English language?
It's just the English language. That's a very good answer. Okay.
But just because everyone began to spell the same way, it didn't mean the language became any more logical. Look at this. Why English is so hard. We'll begin with a box, and the plural is boxes. But the plural of ox is oxen, not oxes. Then one fowl is goose, but two are called geese.
Yet the plural of moose should never be meese.
You may find a lone mouse or a whole load of mice, but the plural of house is houses, not heis. If the plural of man
is always called men,
and why shouldn't the plural of pan be called pen? And it goes on, and it goes on, and it goes on.
What's the poet trying to tell us? The English is confusing. Hands up if you agree with Ola. Okay, hands down.
Ask any foreigner, in fact ask any pupil about mastering English spelling and its inconsistencies, and they'll say, what have we done to deserve this? A lot of it is just to do with the mongrel nature of English, and a lot of it is to do with accidents of usage from centuries ago. But some of it was deliberate.
Hands up if you think that English is so hard to learn.
Around the time English was being standardized by Chancery, there was much debate about the best way to spell things. Broadly, there were reformers who wanted to spell words according to the way they were pronounced, and traditionalists who wanted to spell them in one of the ways they'd always been.
When it's something like anchor, you don't know if it's a H or a K.
The traditionalists won.
It is confusing. How are you going to know? Because the silent letter is silent.
They couldn't help tampering, though. In a desire to make the roots of the language more evident, words that had entered English from French, for instance, were given a Latin look. The letter B was inserted into debt and doubt. The letter C into victuals. Words that were thought to be of Greek origin sometimes had their spelling adjusted, so that throne and theatre acquired their H. Rhyme, on the other hand, was given an H just because rhythm had one, even though it's etymologically absurd. On a similar principle, an L was inserted in could because it had become silent, but it was still present in should and would. The same with H in words like whole, were, and welk. And like anybody who tries to rationalise English, they really messed it up.
You feel confused, and who do you blame? Me. Okay. Let's carry on. Let's have another look at the second verse, okay?
The cow is a plural, making cows or kine, but the plural of vow is vows, not thine. And I speak of foot, and you show me your feet. But I give you a boot, would a fair be called feet?
Stay here, beyond television, divide it quite, okay? Right.
You can all stand there.
They've got the point, let's go. As if to prove the folly of trying to bring reason into the language, the English promptly decided to pronounce everything differently anyway. Around this time, and nobody really knows why, a sea change took place in the way English sounds. This is called the Great Vowel Shift, and it happened comparatively quickly. We think over a generation or two. Before it, English was pronounced in a way that sounds foreign to us now. Might used to sound rather like today's meat, which in turn was said something like mit. So the sentence, I might go and buy some meat, once sounded like, I meet, go and buy some mit. That was the Great Vowel Shift. It made 15th century English recognisable to the modern ear, but it didn't change the spelling.
What really gives all languages their uniformity is, of course, writing. And what gives writing its huge modern power is the invention and spread of printing. Printing was invented in Gutenberg, Germany, around 1435. It's often regarded as the most seismic technological change Western culture has gone through. Printing marks the beginning of the information age.
It's extraordinary, looking at this simple piece of technology, to think of what a revolution it brought about. This isn't 15th century, but it worked in exactly the same way. And because this device made it easy to manufacture books in large numbers, it became very hard indeed to control the spread of ideas. And print favoured the language of the people. English was pressed into service.
And although Latin was still the language of religion and scholarship, when Caxton introduced printing to England, he got straight on with making books in English. Chaucer's Canterbury Tales and Malory's Tales of King Arthur were his best sellers. But English was still a fluid and regionally difficult monster, and Caxton worried about how to achieve a common standard that will be understood and read by all.
Certainly it is hard to please every man, because of diversity and change of language. For in these days, every man will utter his communication in such terms that few men shall understand them. But in my judgment, the common terms that be daily used ben lighter to be understood than the older and ancient English.
Caxton tells us that he is translating Virgil from a French version, but he doesn't know which English word to use for eggs. He tells a story of some merchants from Northumberland who are away from home and visit a house in Kent to buy food. One asks the woman for eggies. She tells him she doesn't speak French. Another asks for the same thing with a different plural, eieren, which means eggs in the dialect of Kent, and he gets them. So which word should Caxton choose for his translation? He settles for eggies, and so now do we. So it's printers, as much as teachers and writers, who decide on a lot of words and their spellings. And although it was writers like Chaucer and Wycliffe who had established a dominant dialect, it was Caxton's publications that consolidated the gains which would eventually be made permanent by the English Bible, which in Tudor times, thanks to printing, reached everyone who could read. The scene was set for the creation of probably the most influential book there's ever been in the history of language, English or any other. Early in the reign of Henry VIII, the new king was still promising the Pope to burn any untrue translations. He meant Wycliffe's Bible, relentlessly circulating in hand-copied editions, and he set his Lord Chancellor, Cardinal Wolsey, to hunt down and burn all heretical books. On the 12th of May 1521, a huge bonfire of confiscated heretical works was made outside the original St. Paul's Cathedral. It was said that the flames burned for 2 days.
That same year, a young man who was Oxford educated and an ordained priest became tutor to a large household in Little Sodbury, Gloucestershire, where he started to preach in the common place called St. Austin's Green in front of the church. His name was William Tyndale, and his Bible was to bring about a radical change both in the English language and in English society. He's had more influence on the way we speak than anyone except Shakespeare, and he had to leave the country to do it. Tyndale was in the mould of Wycliffe 100 years on. To a cleric who challenged him, he answered, "Ere many years I will cause a boy that driveth a plough to know more of the Scriptures than thou dost. You may say he finished Wycliffe's business. He believed passionately in an English Bible. In 1524, aged 29, Tyndale left England, never to return. He settled in Cologne and began the work of translating the New Testament into English, not from Latin, but from the original Hebrew and Greek. By 1526, 6,000 copies had been printed abroad and were about to be smuggled into England. Henry VIII and Cardinal Wolsey, whose spies had alerted them, were terrified of this perceived threat, and the whole country was put on alert. Naval ships patrolled the coastal waters, boats were stopped and searched, and a great many of the Bibles were intercepted. For the state, this was a serious struggle. Latin was the language not only of God, but the state's authority rested on it too. The enemy had to be beaten off, an enemy that would eventually give the English language so magnificently to the English people. But first tens and then hundreds of these Bibles began to get through. The Bishop of London tried another tack. He sought to buy the entire print run through an intermediary. "Oh, he will burn them," Tyndale is supposed to have said when he heard this. "Well, I am the gladder, for I shall get the money of him for these books, and the whole world shall cry out upon the burning of God's word." And that's what happened. The bishop bought and burnt his books, and Tyndale used the money to prepare and print a better version at church expense. And this is what the conflict was about, a Bible for the people in their spoken language.
Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed be they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are they which hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they shall be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. Blessed are they which suffer persecution for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Ye are the salt of the earth.
It's hard, it's impossible to overpraise the quality of Tyndale's writing. Its rhythmical beauty, its simplicity of phrase has penetrated deep into the bedrock of English as we still know it today. Tyndale's work formed 85% of the later King James Bible, the one we all know, and we all use his phrases still. Scapegoat, let there be light, the powers that be, my brother's keeper, filthy lucre, fight the good fight, sick unto death, flowing with milk and honey, the apple of mine eye, a man after my own heart, the spirit is willing but the flesh is weak, sign of the times, ye of little faith, eat, drink and be merry, broken-hearted, clear-eyed, and hundreds more. Words like beautiful, fisherman, landlady, seashore, stumbling block, taskmaster, two-edged, viper, zealous, and even Jehovah and Passover come to us from Tyndale. By this stage in the adventure of English, we're coming across words that carry our ideas and emotions and feelings even today. Words that not only tell us about the external world we live in, but about the inner nature of our condition.
Then God said, let there be light. And God saw the light, and that it was good. And he divided the light from the darkness, and called the light day, and the darkness night. And so of the evening and morning was made the first day.
Before long, there were thousands of copies of Tyndale's Bible in England. In his happy phrase, the noise of the new Bible echoed throughout the country. Produced in a small, pocket-sized edition that was easily concealed, it passed through the cities and universities into the hands of even the humblest men and women. The authorities, especially Thomas More, still railed against him for putting the fire of Scripture into the language of ploughboys. But the damage was done. The English had their English Bible, legal or not. The hunt for Tyndale continued, however. In 1535, 2 hired assassins entrapped him in Antwerp and smuggled him out of the city to Vilvoorde Castle, where he was imprisoned. In his last letter, Tyndale asked that he might have a warmer cap for I suffer greatly from the cold. A warmer coat also, for what I have is very thin, a piece of cloth with which to patch my leggings. And I ask to be allowed to have a lamp in the evening, for it is wearisome to sit alone in the dark. But most of all, I beg and beseech your clemency that the commissary will kindly permit me to have my Hebrew Bible, grammar and dictionary, that I may continue with my work. And continue his work he did. Phrases like, a prophet has no honour in his own country, a stranger in a strange land, a law unto themselves, we live and move and have our being, and let my people go, all come from Tyndall's pen. In August 1536, Tyndall was found guilty of heresy by a court in the Netherlands, and on October the 6th he was strangled, then burned at the stake. His last words were, Lord, open the King of England's eyes. In fact, events had already opened the King's eyes. Henry VIII had tried to divorce Catherine of Aragon, and that had brought him into confrontation with the Pope. Now he too was opposed to papal supremacy. Henry's mood had changed, and Scripture was suddenly more important than church authority. Thomas More had been executed for refusing to see things the King's way, and his new advisers, Thomas Cromwell and Thomas Cranmer, keen to keep their heads, moved on ecclesiastical reform.
And that reform came with the split from Rome and the English Reformation. Now England needed the Scriptures to be available in its own tongue. English was to become at last the language of power. Henry's change of mind came too late to save Tyndall, even supposing he gave his fate any thought at all. But by the time of Tyndall's martyrdom, Henry had already authorized this, Coverdale's Bible, which was translated from the German and was the first legal Bible in England. That was in 1535. In 1537, Matthew's Bible, an amalgam of Coverdale's and Tyndall's, was allowed to be printed in England. In 1539, we have the Great Bible, designed to be the official version for newly Protestant England and to be placed in every parish church in the land. After centuries of suppression, 3 Bibles are approved and published inside 6 years. And it goes on. The Geneva Bible, the Bishop's Bible, the Reims Bible. The English language has suddenly flowered. It's already returned to the palaces of court and state, like this one, Lambeth Palace in London. It's again become the language of a vivid and vigorous national literature, and now, with the split from Rome, it's conquered the last and highest bastion, the Church.
It was the spirit of Protestantism that the Bible be available to everyone. In 1530, Thomas More had ranted about the shame of it being read by ploughboys, but the Great Bible of 1540 came with a preface by More's successor, Cranmer, which commended it to all.
Here may men, women, young, old, learned, unlearned, rich, poor, priests, laymen, lords, ladies, officers, tenants and mean men, virgins, wives, widows, lawyers, merchants, artificers, husbands, and all manner of persons of what estate or condition soever they be, learn all things, what they ought to believe, what they ought to do, as well as concerning Almighty God as themselves and all others.
And so we've come full circle. Where the medieval Catholic Church kept the Bible from the people, Henry's new church set out to get the Bible to as many people as possible. It's had an extraordinary influence on the spread of our language. By the end of the 16th century, there were so many competing versions that King James I ordered a standardized version, which we now know as a King James Bible of 1611. The writers drew on all the previous versions, but mostly on Tyndall's.
Interestingly, they made no attempt to update the language that was now 80 years old. So even though by 1611 English had undergone further revolution, the King James translators would still use ye sometimes for you, as in, ye cannot serve God and mammon, even though nobody said ye in common speech anymore. They used thou for you, gat for got, spake for spoke, and so on.
In other words, the King James Version was deliberately archaic, even then, and that's part of its extraordinary power. It was designed to feel as if it had the authority and resonance of speech from the past. It was meant to sound ancient, antique, like the very words of God.
And above all, the men who made this version listened to their final drafts being read aloud over and over again, and altered them accordingly, so that they had the right rhythm and balance. This makes the Authorized English Bible par excellence a preacher's Bible. It was written to be spoken, to be heard, to be understood. It was written to spread the word.
English, at last, had God on its side. The language was authorized by the Almighty himself. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. And the Word was made flesh, and dwelt among us.
In the first 3 programs in this series, we've seen the English language grow from a rough, though wonderfully expressive dialect, to Chaucer's English and a language fit for Tyndall's Bible. Now, the language makes a dramatic leap forward.
Over 400 years ago, here on London's South Bank, lived and worked the man who was to become the greatest English writer, the greatest master of language of all time, William Shakespeare. Shakespeare wrote at the end of the 16th and the beginning of the 17th century. This was the period of the English Renaissance, a word that was borrowed from French, meaning rebirth. During this time, the English language too was reborn. English vocabulary was rapidly changing. It expanded, grew, flowered, and exploded with new words. This is the story of the growth of Shakespeare's English. And it's an adventure that starts on water.
Most important changes in the English language had come about through foreign invasions, but in the late 16th century, the legendary repulsion of an invasion started off a new chapter in the adventure of English. In 1588, English ships were battling it out with the Spanish Armada. Elizabeth I was queen of 3.5 million subjects and determined not to surrender to a much stronger and much bigger enemy. She appeared before a crowd at the port of Tilbury, and using all her skill with rhetoric, together with the power of an English language growing rapidly in richness and eloquence, she delivered her rallying cry.
My people, I am come to live or die amongst you all, to lay down for my God and for my kingdom and for my people, my honor and my blood, even in the dust. I know I have the body of a weak and feeble woman, but I have the heart and valor of a king, and of a king of England, too. Not Spain, nor any prince of Europe shall dare to invade the borders of realm. Pluck up your hearts. By your peace in camp and your valor in the field, we shall shortly have a famous victory.
Elizabeth's famous call to arms at Tilbury, delivered here by Dame Flora Robeson in this 1937 film, has been told and retold for over 400 years. It's because Elizabeth understood how to use the new power and resonance of the English language to inspire her people. And this new power of the English language reflected the naval strength of a small country that was able to hold off the Spanish Armada. But Elizabethan ships were doing something far more important still as far as language was concerned. Naval supremacy opened up the world to trade. As England imported a huge cargo of goods, the English language imported a cargo of vocabulary alongside. A stunning 10,000 to 12,000 new words entered English in this period, bringing with them new ideas. By the time of the Spanish Armada, English was still lagging behind other European languages in the influence it exerted in the newly conquered territories abroad. Portuguese had already made its mark in Brazil, and Spanish had been spoken in Cuba and Mexico for more than half a century. Elsewhere, Arabic had spread through the Middle East over 800 years earlier, and Hindi was comfortably establishing itself as a vernacular, if not a literary language, throughout the Indian region. But on a very much smaller scale, English was at least beginning to make its mark. During the 16th century, it had begun to spread to parts of Wales, Scotland and Ireland. English was spreading, but English was also absorbing. Some of the thousands of new words that entered the language came from just across the Channel. England's thriving maritime trade was most successful close to home. And it's not surprising that French, which had a long history of providing words to English, was to provide English with many of its nautical and meteorological terms. Words like crew, detail, passport, progress, moustache and explore were traded into English from French. Other maritime terms like embargo, tornado, canoe and port come to us from both Spanish and Portuguese. We get keelhaul, smuggle, yacht, decoy, cruise and reef, along with knapsack and landscape from Dutch. And although the popular myth is that Anglo-Saxon gave English all its swear words, it was sailors that brought us fucking, crap and bugger from Low Dutch, now called Flemish, in the 16th century. Anglo-Saxon is in the clear. But these sailors brought back more than just colourful language. Their trading expeditions to Europe and the Spanish Main literally bore fruit and barrel loads of other goods that was to affect the English language at the most domestic of levels.
More of our food began to come from abroad, and many of our food terms have Renaissance origins. Spanish and Portuguese gave us new delicacies and new words for them too. Here at Borough Market, which would have existed in Shakespeare's day, we can see these goods such as apricots, bananas, limes, mandarins, yams, potatoes, and anchovies, cocoa, maize, and port wine. Meanwhile, the words for chocolate and tomato come to us from the French.
And as sailors and traders told tales of the New World, words from a total of 50 other languages joined the cargo of new words that were integrated into English.
English now bristled with newly imported terms from overseas. Lychee from Chinese, bamboo and ketchup from Malay, and curry from Tamil. During the 16th century, English also imported yogurt and hoard from Turkish, bazaar and turban from Persia, and coffee, magazine and alcohol from Arabic. It wasn't just the traders who returned to England bearing their exotic goods and linguistic wealth. English artists and scholars and aristocrats explored Italy and its culture, which was the dominating influence of that time. There they wondered at the architecture and the science and the music, carrying back new ideas and a sumptuous lexicon to describe them. So, balcony, still pronounced at that time in the Italian manner, balconi, as well as fresco, villa, cupola, portico, piazza, miniature and design are all from Italian, as are opera, violin, solo, sonata, soprano, trill, cameo and carnival. But the biggest influx of words came from the classical languages, Latin and Greek. In the 16th century, here at Oxford and also at Cambridge, the Renaissance scholars wanted to revive Latin. They founded schools teaching pure and literary Latin and Greek, and they also translated classical texts into English. Latin is still used ceremonially today at Oxford University. In the 16th century, it was not only the language of religion, but also the language of classical thought, science and philosophy.
In nomine Domini, Patris, Filii, et Spiritus Sancti.
Latin was the language of scholarship, controversy and diplomacy. English scholars spoke and wrote in Latin so that they could communicate and debate with other European scholars.
Gratias a collegiis vel societatis suis pro gradibus quaesitis concessas quise et eostem mihi satisficis.
Latin had been spoken by some people in England for over 1500 years, since Roman times. But though it was the language of scholarship, on an everyday basis things were changing. Everyone, from the common people to the academics and the Queen, now spoke English and not Latin, even though Latin was still a compulsory subject in schools. There was a great ransacking fervour in the English language, which was at its peak for 20 years. The decade on either side of the year 1600 saw thousands of Latin words come into the English vocabulary of educated people. Words like excavate, horrid, radius, cautionary, pathetic, pungent, frugal, dislocate, submerged, antipathy, premium, specimen, and even the words manuscript and lexicon were absorbed into English during these 2 decades. Latin and Greek were the perfect building blocks for a new English vocabulary to describe the new concepts, techniques and inventions that were coming in from continental Europe during the Renaissance. This was a period of great intellectual and scientific fervour. During this time were invented both the ideas and the words for atmosphere, chaos, critic, strenuous and explain, along with the other Latin and Greek inspired words such as paradox, eternal and chronology. In fact, concepts and inventions are themselves words borrowed from Latin, and technique is of Greek origin. The developing field of medicine particularly relied on classical words. Still today, medical terms are in Latin and Greek, and many date from the Renaissance.
Amongst the words that arrived at that time from Greek via Latin were skeleton, tendon, tibia, larynx, glottis, pancreas, and sinuses. From Latin, we also inherit our temperature, along with the parasites and viruses, the attacks of pneumonia, delirium, and epilepsy that plague our health. Even our thermometers, tonics, and capsules to cure them are all words of classical origin. In fact, even now we use Latin and Greek for medicine and technology. The Greek-derived plutonium, or the Latin insulin, id, internet, quantize, audio, and video are all 20th century inventions. One of the most recent additions to the Oxford English Dictionary this year was the phrase quantum computation, which is purely Latin in origin. Latin seemed set to honeycomb English, but not everyone agreed with what critics called new inkhorn terms. Dissent was growing among the scholars. The scene was set for the national uproar of the inkhorn controversy. The inkhorn controversy, named after the horned pot which held ink for quills, was the first formal dispute about the English language. Never before had there been such a consciousness of what the English language was and should be. What began as a few testy written outbursts culminated in a full-blown academic row. Many scholars objected to the increasing incursion of Latin and Greek words. A key figure among them was Sir John Cheek, who was provost at King's College here in Cambridge. He argued strongly that English should not be polluted by other tongues. Ironically, Cheek was a classicist and the first Regius Professor of Greek in Cambridge. Nevertheless, Cheek felt that English should be reappraised as a Germanic language, going back to its Anglo-Saxon roots. Cheek even invented words like crossed for crucified, gain rising for resurrection, ground wrought for founded, toller for publican, mooned for lunatic, forsayer for prophet, and hundreder for centurion.
I am of this opinion, that our own tongue should be written clean and pure, unmixed and unmangled with borrowing of other tongues, wherein if we take not heed by time, ever borrowing, and never paying, she shall be fain to keep her house as bankrupt.
Cheek wrote about the bankruptcy and counterfeiting of the pure English language, but it's again ironic that the very words he used, words like bankrupt, counterfeiting, and indeed the word pure itself, aren't of Anglo-Saxon or Germanic origin at all. They're from the Latin-based languages, Italian and French. But Cheek's enthusiasm for English brought about something else which is significant. Here, in the Proto-Column book, are the records of admission to King's College. The name of the book is Latin, and it's written in Latin. But written beneath Cheek's entry, for the very first time in this book, is a text in English. This short English note was the first chink in the classical armour that had protected scholarship and isolated it from everyday people. Look, it starts off in Latin, if we can decipher it. Egregius vir magistre Johannes Cheek admissus fuit in verum et perpetuum prepositum collegii regalis predicti. Which means that this worthy man, John Cheek, was admitted into the true and perpetual provostship of the aforesaid King's College. But underneath it is a short passage, and this is the Quiet Revolution, which is in English. It says, "First of all, I do protest and declare that otherwise I do not swear or promise anything thereby that should bind me contrary to the true doctrine of the Church of England." But however hard he tried to promote a pure English, Cheek and his supporters couldn't stem the huge influx of Latinate words that people had started using. No one could control the English language. By the end of the 16th century, over a period of some 60 or so years, the building blocks had been laid to create a language that we can still understand today, that we call modern English. In the modern English that we read and speak today, we hear some of these Latinate words that seemed oddest at the time,
But some of these have survived. 16th and early 17th century words like industrial, exaggerate, mundane, commit, transmit, capacity, disagree, disabuse, necessitate and expectation, external, celebrate and extol. Curious at the time, but we use them today.
However, Cheek may have taken some comfort in the fact that some of the thousands of Latin and Greek words coined during the Great Inkhorn controversy didn't survive. Through a process of natural selection, optostate to bear witness and fatigate to make tired have been lost, as have electrobus, meaning delicate, or deruncinate, to weed. Abstergify, to cleanse, eruption, a sudden removal, and subsessive, remaining over, have all slipped out of use. Nidulate, to build a nest, latrate, to bark like a dog, pity about that, and suppeditate, to supply, have also disappeared. Whilst a word like impede survived, its opposite, expede, didn't. As we explored the globe, so at home we explored the world of words. It's fun to poke fun at these creations, but they demonstrate the intense interest the English language inspired. People from the Queen to a young grammar school boy from Stratford, William Shakespeare of course, were reading an English language that was flush with thousands of new words and ideas. It was an English that could be used as a tool of power to rally spirits against foreign invasions. But it was also an English which could and did create a literature of the most remarkable poetry and flexibility. English already had a great author in Chaucer, but now the English language was to take on an even bigger challenge, to lay the foundations for a world language. In the 16th century, English was a delicate, flowering language that needed to be protected. It had long been in the shadow of other European languages. There was such an interest in these languages that glossaries were compiled in the form of bilingual Italian to English, French to English, and Spanish to English dictionaries. English was finally to get its very own dictionary, 8 years before Italian, 35 years before French, but 800 years after Arabic and nearly 1,000 years after Sanskrit. The word dictionary is first used in its Latin form Dictionarius in 1225 by an English scholar. And in many ways a dictionary is particularly suited to the English language, a language which has absorbed so many others. The very first English dictionary was put together in 1604 by Robert Cordery. He called it a table alphabetical, and this is it. It's a list of English words, mainly of Latinate origin, with a brief explanation. So we can see that the very first word in this only surviving copy of this tiny dictionary is abandon, cast away or yield up, to leave or forsake. We see that malady is a disease, or that summarily is briefly or in few words. Argue is to reason, and geometry is the art of measuring the earth. Elegance is finesse of speech, and empire is government or kingdom. Quadrangle is four-cornered, and radiant is shining bright. There are only 2,543 words in this very first English dictionary. It was a meagre word hoard, but a first attempt at a collection. It's by no means exhaustive. You don't find everyday words like shoe, cold, food or house, cow, wet, rain, dress, fish or love. More than anything, this little book was a recognition of the new status of the English language, as it declared on its first page, full of hard, usual English words borrowed from the Hebrew, Greek, Latin or French. Cordery intended his dictionary to be used by those who might not understand words which they shall hear or read in scriptures, sermons or elsewhere. This wasn't a book for scholars. It was a book for the ordinary people to catalogue new words and to explain the new ideas associated with these words. This was because the English population was growing more and more educated. One estimate is that by 1600,
half of the 3.5 million population, at least in cities and towns, had some minimal literacy. But it was the good education of those brought up around the world of the Elizabethan court in grand homes like this one, Penshurst Place in Kent, that was to contribute strikingly to the adventure of English. In Tudor England, thousands of new words were absorbed into the English language. With these words came an intense interest in how to use them. The study of rhetoric, the art of public speaking, and composition became part of a good education. And rhetoric had a fine spokeswoman and speechwriter in Queen Elizabeth I, who excelled at it. She was a literary and educated monarch. She had private tutors. She spoke 6 languages and translated French and Latin texts. Furthermore, Elizabeth enjoyed writing poetry.
I grieve and dare not show my discontent. I love, and yet am forced to seem to hate. I do, yet dare not say I ever meant. I seem stark mute, but inwardly do prate.
English was looking for a literature to reflect its newly enriched status, and it was to the courtiers, the knights of Elizabeth's entourage, that the role fell to turn the English language into literature. The gentleman poet, who handled the pen with as much skill as the sword, he was called up to play his part in the adventure of English.
The courtier wrote for pleasure, and for him, writing, playing, and moulding the language all became things to aspire to. There even existed manuals of rhetoric that advised would-be courtier poets on the best composing techniques. The perfect embodiment of the courtier poet was a heroic nobleman who was born here, in Penshurst Place, in 1554, Sir Philip Sidney. By his mid-20s, Sidney had already worked as Elizabeth's ambassador abroad and had written the finest collection of love poems of his age. He died in battle when he was only 31 and achieved lasting fame for giving his water bottle to another wounded soldier with the words, "Thy need is greater than mine." Above all, he had the leisure, education and wit to make English the subject of both his poetry and his treatise about language, An Apology for Poetry. Sidney composed music and songs he wrote for pleasure and for art's sake, not for a living.
Fly, fly, my friends. I have my death's wound. Fly. See there, that boy, that murdering boy, I say, who like a thief hid in a bush doth lie, till bloody bullet get him wrongful prey.
I talked to Catherine Duncan-Jones, Oxford Don and Britain's leading expert on the work of Philip Sidney, about his importance to the English language.
What was new about that poem?
I think what was new was the application of very bold, still very fresh, immediate words to what might be called a very trite, cliched situation. Words like bloody bullet and thief, who like a thief hid in dark bush doth lie, and that murdering boy, which make it sound as if the speaker has just been mugged and fatally wounded by one of these juvenile criminals who were very common in Elizabethan towns and villages, and I'm afraid are still very common now. And I think, like many of Sidney's sonnets, it's a sort of trick performed with language, that he makes us think we're reading something very surprising and new, when it's just that tired old story of Cupid shooting with a golden arrow, but bloody bullet makes it sound completely different, as if it's a gunshot wound.
So what else, what in general do you think Sidney did with the language that was given him, this sort of courtier, this man penning what could be a new English? What was he doing?
Well, he was enormously expanding it. If you look at the Oxford English Dictionary online, look up Philip Sidney, there were 2,225 quotations from Sidney in the Oxford Dictionary. He was expanding it enormously, both the usages and the actual words, with foreign words, probably some words that were oral, some words that hadn't been used in literary language before, words that he had made up, essentially, by turning nouns into verbs and creating new adverbs and new forms of speech, like describing a cat, saying the cat is moving scratchingly, and nobody had ever thought of describing a cat moving scratchingly before.
Numerous first usages are attributed to Philip Sidney. Bugbear, scummy as a term of abuse, dumbstricken, miniature for a small picture. He was fond of adding words together to form evocative images ranging from milk-white horses, eye-pleasing flowers, well-shading trees, to more unusual ones like honey-flowing eloquence, hang-worthy necks, or even long with love-acquainted eyes.
Would you say that around the time of Sidney, English was becoming a modern language?
I think it was, because I think there was this sense that very modern things of the absolutely present moment could be done with it, as of course happens now with the new words we have with almost every month new words enter our language. I think that was that exciting sense that it was a language which was both very historical and carried many relics of Latin and Greek and Saxon, and yet was absolutely streetwise.
What ideas were Sidney bringing that had not been expressed or as well expressed before?
English and English culture could be as rich as French, Italian, even to name the enemy, Spanish culture. Sidney was very well informed about Spanish literature and culture too. It was actually Philip of Spain's godson, named after him. So confidence in the English language as a medium in which great works of art could be produced, and everyday transactions could be carried on. They didn't have to be in Latin or in the kind of French used by diplomats. The English language could actually be used for important matters of state.
Where be the roses gone, which sweeten so our eyes? Where were those red cheeks, which oft with fair increase did frame the height of honour in the kindly badge of shame? Who hath the crimson weed stolen from my morning skies?
Which words linger then? Which words do we still use a lot?
Phrases, comic, trite phrases like my better half for a much-loved spouse, which actually in its context in Sydney is tragic and now is a sort of sitcom cliche. I'll see what my better half thinks about that. But I think when that rather cliched phrase is used, people have no idea it goes back to Sydney's Arcadia. This is in the Oxford Dictionary, a word like far-fetched as applied to a narrative, or even what we're doing now, Melvin, having a conversation, meaning exchanging speech. Sidney brought that into the language. Conversation used to mean just having dealings of an undefined kind with other people, but the specific application to having dealings through language was Sidney's.
But for the uttering sweetly and properly the conceits of the mind, which is the end of speech, that hath it equally with any other tongue in the world.
English hath it equally with any other tongue in the world. There's a sense of triumph there, a victory, even the sweet smell of success. Sidney was one of the courtly stars of poetry. Poetry became the benchmark for English. By the 1600s, poets like John Donne, Edmund Spenser, Ben Jonson, George Herbert, and many more were writing lines like Johnson's "Drink to me only with thine eyes," or Donne's "No man is an island." They become everyday expressions. And in polishing their technique, the poets also polished English as a language fit for the most testing poetic and dramatic endeavours. But the flowery sonnets of the gentleman poets wouldn't have been understood in the area that we now know as Southwark, or the South Bank. Just outside the City of London's jurisdiction, it was an area of disrepute, with thieves and vagabonds, taverns and brothels. It was the red light district of London in the 1590s. The prostitutes and thieves who prowled around this area had their own street slang, much as local gangs today have their own argot. We know that cove meant man, fumbles meant hands, gan was mouth, panam was bread, and skipper was a barn. Not many of these words have survived, but even today, cove is a slang word for a man. Most importantly, though, the language of the streets was a simple and direct communication, using single-syllable words and plain speech. By the end of the 16th century, theatres were a main feature in this dubious area. And the most famous was the Globe. By the time the Globe was built in 1599, people had been attending performances in the commercial playhouses for 30 years. And it was on these hugely popular stages that something extraordinary happened. The playwrights of the period echoed and transformed the turbulent English language which they were hearing, combining the rich vocabulary and poetry of the courtiers with the slang of the commoners. Because the theatres of the time had no scenery and barely any props, language was the means of choice on the stage to captivate the audience. And the scene was set for the most famous dramatist of them all, William Shakespeare, to make his indelible mark on the English language. The plays that were written by Shakespeare, as well as those of his contemporaries such as Marlowe, Jonson and Nash, attracted enormous crowds. The Globe could hold between 3,000 and 3,500 people. And the other 5 theatres in London could easily rival the Globe. A 10-day run for a play counted as a long one, and the London population of merely 200,000 inhabitants, about the same population as Sunderland today, demanded constant novelty and excitement. It's astonishing to realise that a box office hit like Shakespeare's Titus Andronicus would have been seen by 1 in 2 men in London. Genius and the new mix of language was bringing together a mix of society in the popular playhouses. English's seeding of words was no longer restricted to the scholars and the courtier poets. With Shakespeare and his contemporaries, English had a new audience. It was ready to travel the world.
All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts, his acts being 7 ages.
This is Stratford-upon-Avon, Shakespeare's birthplace. English's best-selling author has served the town well. 3 million tourists visit every year, making Shakespeare English's biggest export. The beauty of Shakespeare's language is that we can still understand it today. Shakespeare's English has become so quotable that it's come to define English in the words that we use, the thoughts we express, be it for native speakers, for students of English, or for tourists.
For example, Julius Caesar, friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears.
To be or not to be?
Most important, to be and not to be, that's the question.
To be or not to be?
To be or not to be, that is the question, isn't it?
Do thou'st hear a mouse?
To be or not to be?
It's a good read.
To be or not to be?
Oh, yeah.
That is the question. The quality of mercy is not strained.
Battle, toil and trouble, that's about it.
He's my friend, come from China, and Shakespeare is a very famous person in Chinese.
Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo? Wherefore art thou, Romeo? Yes.
And is this the dagger I see before thee? Me?
We heard about Shakespeare at school and later on at the theatre, and we are interested in reading Shakespeare.
Hail thee, Ten of Lamps. Hail thee, Ten of Cawdor, hail thee, King Hereafter.
Shakespeare is the favorite all over the world.
Most scholars today attribute 38 plays, 154 sonnets and other major poems to Shakespeare, who was born in this house. But his biggest contribution to English might be the vocabulary that we find in his work. Well over 2,000 of our words, for instance, today are first recorded there. Words which broaden the way we look at life, tell us how we act, tell us how we think, tell us what we value. Although Shakespeare didn't invent them, for instance, the words obscene, accommodation, barefaced, misanthrope, leapfrog and lacklustre all make their first appearance in his work, as do advertising, assassination, courtship, dexterously, indistinguishable, premeditated and reliance. Over 400 years ago, Shakespeare already used an enormous English vocabulary of at least 21,000 different words. English was in a state of flux, and Shakespeare was perfectly placed to make the most of it. Shakespeare is influenced by the language of ideas at the end of the 16th century. His language still influences ours today. In many ways, his words and images define the way we think. Hamlet's
To Thine Own Self Be True, for instance, explores the notion of personal identity, which we still probe. What the Dickens has nothing to do with Charles, but makes its first appearance in Shakespeare's Merry Wives of Windsor. As good luck would have it, that does too. Beggar's All Description and Salad Days were inherited from Antony and Cleopatra. Hamlet gave us In My Mind's Eye, Caviar to the General, To Be Cruel, To Be Kind, To the Manor Born, Hoist with His Own Petard, To Hold the Mirror Up to Nature, as the lady said. It's full of quotations. Shakespeare coined many of the expressions we use today, but brevity is the soul of wit, so I won't play fast and loose, but I'll make a virtue of necessity and vanish into thin air. In many ways, Stratford itself defined Shakespeare's use of the English language. The Stratford of the second half of the 16th century was a village of merely 1,500 inhabitants. Shakespeare's thought to have attended Stratford School. He would initially have been taught in English, but he'd also have studied the Latin classics, Cicero, Virgil, and Ovid. And by the upper forms, it would have been forbidden to speak in English, only in Latin.
Tainarias etiam falces aut ostia ditis.
Over 400 years later, they're still teaching Latin in the same room that Shakespeare studied in.
Ipse cava solem zygrum, te studine amorem, te dulcis coniunx, te solin litere secum.
Te veniente di, te deciente canebat, tenaris etiam falces, aut ostia ditis.
E caligantem nigra, formidine lucum, ingressus menisque, audit regenque tremendum.
Later on in Shakespeare's life, it seems that he picked up both French and Italian. The Italian story source of Othello, for example, never appeared in translation into English. But Shakespeare's English education would have been completed at church. This church, Holy Trinity Church in Stratford, in which he was later buried. This is his grave. At church, as an adolescent, he would have had to read texts in English, especially Tyndall's English Bible. Shakespeare didn't go to university, and early on he was mocked for that by the London wits who'd benefited from university tutoring. But just a church and a grammar school education were to provide the young William Shakespeare with the language base that he needed to become English's greatest playwright. Shakespeare also knew about the inkhorn controversy and used both Latin words and plain terms in his own writing. He used new words which had just appeared towards the end of the 16th century, like multitudinous, emulate, demonstrate, dislocate, initiate, meditate, or allurement, eventful, horrid, modest, and vast. He invented and was also fond of compound words like hugger-mugger, baby eyes, fair play, break vow or pell-mell, smooth-faced, widow comfort, canker sorrow, bare-picked, basilica-like, half-blown and ill-tuned, which are uniquely his. But there are some words which Shakespeare used which don't survive. Our everyday language might sound very different if we were saying appertainments, cadent, exsufflicate, questris, tortive, solia, abruption, persistive, protractive, ungenitored, unplausive, vastidity. And Shakespeare's longest word, honorificabilitudinitatibus, which means with honour, has sadly fallen out of fashion altogether. Shakespeare's vocabulary also betrays his Midlands roots. In his work we find regional words like keck for fool's parsley and honeystalks for clover stalks. We find ballow, which means a cudgel, and batlet, which was still used until recently to mean the bat to beat clothes in the wash. We also find the very Warwickshire potch, to thrust, and pash, to smash.
We're going to wire it up on the inside and then they can do whatever they want.
Keck?
Yes, well, it was never called anything
Called the
else.
devil's plaything?
I mean, sometimes they call it devil's plaything, but the general name for it, the everyday name for it that we used was keck. They say, get a bit of keck for the rabbits.
That's right, yes.
Do you remember them saying a batlet too?
A batlet
out in the yard, yes. We had a bathlit tub out in May Street in the backyard.
For the
where they
washing?
had to put, well, washing, or you could put soak stuff in it, you know, or make wine in it, or anything.
Oh, I see.
Use it generally.
Yeah, yeah.
Shakespeare's regional accent is thought to have sounded a bit like the locals today, speaking a kind of Midlands English with a strong R in words like turn and herd. Cider becomes cider, and farmer becomes varmer. Right and time become right and time. Although nowadays the Stratford accent is more influenced by nearby Birmingham, Shakespeare's Midland accent was described as having been a mixture between West Country and Irish. We asked Peter Silver, a Stratford man like Shakespeare, to read us a passage from Henry V.
The even mead that erst brought sweetly forth the freckled cowslip, burnet and green clover wanting the scythe, all uncorrected, rank, conceived by idleness, and nothing teems but hateful docks, rough thistles, kexes, burrs, losing both beauty and utility.
It's intriguing to think of what Shakespearean verse would have sounded like during the Renaissance. John Barton, an expert on speaking Shakespeare, thinks it would have sounded like this.
Once more into the breach, dear friends, once more, or close the walls up with our English dead. In pace there's nothing so becomes a man as modest stillness and humility. But when the blast of war blows in our air, then imitate the action of the tigger, stiffen the sinews, summon up the blood, disguise fair nature with hard favour's rage, then lend the eye a terrible aspect, let it pry through the head like the portage of the brass cannon, let the brow o'erwhelm it, as fearfully as doth the gold rock, or hang and jutty his confounded base, swilled with the wild and wasteful ocean.
Inside that wonderful speech, have you got any particular words or stresses that you say, look, this is what they did then that we don't do now?
Shakespeare was very free with words and would scan the same word differently within the same scene or speech, like whether you said complete or complete. That was poetic license and for writing more freely. I think that we tend to look down the wrong end of the telescope if we don't allow that they actually were not yet quite settled on spelling, that they were free to play games with words and language, and it was in dispute. That was the culture. The culture was a different one, which we've tended to codify.
So if you were asked to say what you thought was unique about Shakespeare's language, where would you put the emphasis?
It's the monosyllables that are the bedrock and life of the language, and I believe that is so with Shakespeare. It's the high words, the high phrases, he sets up to then bring it down to the simple which explains it, like making the multitudinous seas in Carnadine, making the green one red. There is high language, what the hell's he talking about? Specific, clear definition. And I think that the heart of Shakespeare, for listening to it, for acting it, is that the great lines, often the most poetic lines, are the monosyllables.
But do you think that the monosyllables were what would be called common speech, and the high lines were Shakespeare being Latinate, proving that he didn't need a university education to be clever?
This is the paradox. High words can be verbal show-off and rhetoric. Deep feeling probably comes out most in monosyllables. So I say that not to deny that he teemed with word invention, but I think in some ways the living power of the language comes from the interplay of the two.
This interplay of the high speech with the commonplace was important to Shakespeare. It was also a fertile ground for comedy. He was so inventive with just one insult, knave, that we can find 50 instances of it in his plays, playing off monosyllables with more complex formations.
Foul knave.
Lousy knave.
Beastly knave.
Scurvy railing knave.
Gore-bellied knave.
Bacon-fed knave.
Wrangling knave.
Base notorious knave.
Arrant malmsy nose knave.
Poor cuckoldy knave.
Stubborn ancient knave.
Pestilent complete knave.
Counterfeit cowardly knave.
Rascally yea forsooth knave.
Foul-mouthed and calumnious knave.
The lyingest knave in Christendom.
Rascally, scold, beggarly, lousy, pragging knave.
Poor son beetle-headed flat-eared knave.
Three-suited £100 filthy worsted stocking knave.
In The Tempest, Shakespeare's last play, the main character, the magician Prospero, uses a staff that's often seen to be an image for Shakespeare's quill. Shakespeare called Prospero's magic a potent art, and Shakespeare himself used the power of language to conjure up images for a spellbound audience here at the Globe. When in Prospero's last speech he breaks his staff, Shakespeare is setting down his pen, the instrument of his own potent and magic art.
But this rough magic I here abjure, and when I have required some heavenly music, which even now I do, to work mine end upon their senses that this airy charm is for, I'll break my staff, bury it certain fathoms in the earth, and deeper than did ever plummet sound, I'll drown my book.
And Shakespeare put down his staff, but his language lives on in print in the editions that have appeared uninterruptedly ever since. Shakespeare's English has spun around the world, and his 38 plays have been translated into 50 languages. To Be or Not to Be, for instance, is understood today by people of dozens of nationalities. The Oxford English Dictionary lists a stunning 33,000 Shakespeare quotations. There have been over 300 film adaptations of Shakespeare, and almost every person brought up in the United Kingdom will have read or seen at least one of Shakespeare's plays. At any given moment, a Shakespeare play is being performed or read somewhere in the world, from London to Broadway to an amateur theatre group in Nepal. Shakespeare's plays and Tyndall's Bible have been the two greatest ambassadors for the English language. And for the first time, with Shakespeare and his fellow playwrights, language supports the professional writer, the man of letters. An English that we understand, that is modern, is in his poetry, prose and drama. Old English began here in Friesland as a rough tongue, but its later speakers and writers, the people of England, learned how to exploit its potential, and thousands of new words were added to its store. By Shakespeare's time, English is a rich, a glorious language. And as the Plymouth Pilgrims set sail for America, they took with them flags to claim foreign lands, their English Bibles, and this remarkable language. There were new worlds for English to discover, and English itself was poised to discover a new world of words. So far in the adventure of English, we've traced the story of the language through its first 1,000 years, from the 5th century to its great flowering at the time of Shakespeare. What began as a minor Germanic dialect had come to these shores with the Saxons, endured invasion by Vikings, and 300 years of suppression by Norman French, during which time English virtually went underground. It had even toppled Latin as the language of worship and philosophy, and by the Elizabethan age, English completely dominated this sceptred isle.
But now the English language was about to leave Britain. In the next 4 programmes we'll tell the story of the way in which English became Britain's greatest export, some would say gift, to the modern world, and how it became a global language.
We shall see how English travelled to India, where it encountered scores of other more ancient languages, including Sanskrit, which did much to mother our own tongue. Yet even at the end of our imperial rule in the mid-20th century, English remains in India as a major unifying tongue. We'll follow it to the West Indies, where new English dialects have been spawned, as rich and vigorous as the native ones used by Thomas Hardy and D.H. Lawrence. And to Australia, where once exiled English now reaches back to influence the youth of the mother country. But first to the New World, where 17th century Puritan English stubbornly beat off opposition from native tongues and rival European powers to become the language of what was to grow into the greatest country on earth, America.
This was the newfound land. To the first settlers' eyes, this was a vast and it seemed empty space. And yet it's because of their first determined steps onto this soil nearly 400 years ago that English would one day speak for America. This is Plymouth Rock. It's literally the foundation stone of modern America. For this is the very spot where the Pilgrim Fathers landed in New England in November 1620. They came on the Mayflower. They were religious separatists, and they were here to create a new community where they could worship as they wished. They bound themselves to an oath, the Mayflower Compact, swearing to found a colony for the glory of God and the advancement of the Christian faith. They were, above all, people who lived by the word of God in English. They came from a hard-line Puritan religious tradition which had been persecuted and reviled. They'd been tortured and murdered for their faith in an English language Bible. And to them, that Bible, that language, meant life itself.
They weren't the first people on the continent. Native Americans had been here for 30,000 years, and the woods and the plains rang with the sounds of hundreds of their languages. When the Pilgrim Fathers looked around them, instead of a new Eden, they saw what they described as a hideous and desolate wilderness, full of threat and danger.
And for the season it was winter, and they that know the winters of that country know them to be sharp and violent, and subject to cruel and fierce storms. Dangerous to travel to known places, much more to search an unknown coast. Besides, what could they see but a desolate wilderness, full of wild beasts and wild men? And what multitudes there might be of them, they knew not.
They were cold, hungry, and prey to sickness. Nearly half of the company of 144 died that first winter. It wasn't going to be easy to turn their oath into reality and to give English its toehold on the land. The Pilgrim Fathers had one advantage, though. They had come here to stay, and they wanted their settlement to be English. New England, they were to call it, but true England might have been more accurate. Their first move was to build a settlement, recreated here, Plymouth Plantation. They lived in terror of the supposedly wild men in the wilderness outside. But before they could even do that, they were to owe their survival to one of those wild men, and an extraordinary encounter with the English language.
And whilst we were busied hereabout, we were interrupted. For there presented himself a savage, which caused an alarm. He very boldly came all alone up to the houses, where we intercepted him, not suffering him to go in, as undoubtedly he would, out of his boldness. He saluted us in English and bade us welcome.
So, welcome was the first word spoken by a native that the Pilgrim Fathers understood. The man who'd come out of the wilderness had picked up some words from the English fishermen who worked the coast. Even more extraordinarily, he was able to introduce them to Tisquantum, or Squanto as he became known. He is the most important man in this chapter of the adventure of English. He'd been kidnapped by English sailors 15 years before, taken to London where he was trained to be a guide and interpreter and learned English. Then he managed to escape on a return visit. To the colonists, it must have seemed like a miracle. It was the most unlikely of all coincidences that they should have settled near the tribal home of the man who was almost certainly the only English speaker for hundreds of miles around. But for their extraordinary good fortune, the whole history of America might have been very different. For Squanto saved the colony, and who knows, gave America the English language.
Squanto taught the settlers how to farm the unfamiliar land, and he got them through that terrible first New England winter. It's almost certain that without him, sickness and hunger would have wiped out the settlers.
Against all odds, the English colony had been saved by an encounter with the English language. The adventure had planted its roots in American soil.
The settlers had a new country, full of new places and geographical features, new animals and plants. They needed words to describe them, and occasionally they turned to the native languages. Skunk was derived from the local language, and squash for the variety of pumpkin grown here. Squaw, meaning young woman, was a local word, as was papoose, a young child. And wigwam was another early borrowing from the local languages.
But what's really remarkable is not that these words did enter the English vocabulary, but how few of them there were. For centuries, English had been borrowing words in their thousands from Latin, Danish, French, and every other language it had come into contact with. But here, faced with the richness of an entire continent, the English borrowed words not in thousands, but in handfuls. The writings of the Founding Fathers here run to thousands of pages, but contain less than a dozen borrowed Indian words. So why are there so few?
In a strange new country, the English settlers may have taken great comfort in making the objects around them at least sound familiar. Look at the names they gave the local terrain: Falmouth, Yarmouth, Boston, Cambridge, Billericay, Bedford, Taunton. They were trying to recreate the English shires in the American wilderness.
And perhaps there was desperation here, as well as determination. But through language, their own, they would survive, as they had in the old country. So they put a wall between themselves and the native world. In the end, we must conclude that they were here to impose their habits and their language on the land, not to be changed by it.
Words, God's good English words, were at the heart of the lives of the settlers here. Improper speech was a crime. Blasphemy, slander, cursing, lying, perjury, railing, reviling, scolding, swearing, threatening, treason, and defying authority were all offences. The colonists were trying to control the language, and this set the pattern for their teaching of English. And as New England grew, this was how they did it, with the New England Primer.
A. In Adam's fall, sinned all. B. Heaven to find the Bible mind. C. Christ crucified for sinners died. D. The deluge drowned the earth around. E. Elijah.
From the very beginning, Americans took immense care over the correct teaching of English. It was taught well and in a way that was highly religious, and this set the tone as English spread. It wasn't all going English's way, though. Other European powers were jostling for influence in the New World. Delaware, where a Swedish settlement had taken root, was conquered in 1655 by the Dutch admiral Peter Stuyvesant. and incorporated into the Dutch New Netherlands. His base, New Amsterdam, was in turn conquered by the British in 1664 and renamed New York. There was rivalry with the French, which turned into war. When it finally ended in 1763, Britain was given sole claim to the east of the continent and took a grip on the north in Canada. Even the Spanish colony of Florida came under British rule.
But perhaps the real edge that gave English a stronger presence than the other European languages came not through the gun, but through the ploughshare. The Spanish, on the whole, concentrated on sending armies and priests to the New World and taking gold. The French were interested in sending fur trappers and trading with the natives. It was only the English who continued the spirit of the Pilgrim Fathers and came to stay. Persistence and sheer weight of numbers eventually ensured that English, not Spanish, Dutch or French, would be the language heard from the Atlantic coast to the Appalachian Mountains.
But as English spread, it also started to develop a character of its own, to drift away from the language spoken in England. There was already the beginnings of the tomato-tomato problem. In some cases, meaning shifted. The English shop had become an American store. Lumber meant rubbish in the old country. To Americans, lumber was, and still is, cut timber. And haul came to mean to transport in a vehicle, not, as in England, to move by force. American English was also developing its own sound. The first settlers had come from various parts of England, each with its own regional accent. But no single accent dominated. As they talked to each other, the variety very quickly became a blend.
To this day, there's only a tiny variation in accents across America compared to Britain, and the further west you go, the more true that becomes. By the middle of the 18th century, the absence of regional pronunciations and dialect words was being noted approvingly by upper-class British visitors, who regarded all such variations as vulgar. In 1764, Lord Gordon wrote, "The propriety of language here surprised me much. The English tongue being spoken by all ranks in a degree of purity and perfection surpassing any but the polite part of London." It's a sentiment that would be repeated again and again, that the Americans didn't just speak good English, they spoke it better than the English themselves. It wasn't only where language was concerned that the colonists began to stand up to the English. Tension was growing between them and the Crown. In 1775, here on this bridge at Concord in Massachusetts, 75 American volunteers confronted 700 British troops. One of them fired what has ever since been called, with a touch of hyperbole, the shot heard round the world. Revolution had begun. A year later, 13 colonies declared their independence and did so in perfect, what we might call classical English.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
John Adams, who had become the second President of the United States, wrote of a future in which all Americans spoke the language equally well, in which eloquence would be the way to high office, and no one would be excluded because their speech betrayed inferior origins. It was the birth of a democratic ideal that's still part of the American myth, that anyone can become president. Everyone would have a presidential vocabulary and accent. This was no longer the King's English, but perhaps the people's English, and they wanted to set it in stone. This is another foundation of America. Not a rock, but a little blue book. It was written by a schoolteacher called Noah Webster. Through the last years of the 18th century and the 19th century, it was sold in countless general stores like this one, stacked among the tins of molasses and sacks of beans, the snake oils, paraffin lamps and shovels. It soon became known as the American Spelling Book, or the Blue-Backed Speller. It sold at 14 cents a copy, and in its first 100 years it sold 60 million copies, more than any other book in American history with the exception of the Bible. This is one of the most influential books in the history of English.
The first word is academic. The first sound is A-C. Ac. Perfect. The next part is D-E-M. Dem. I-C. Ick. All together. Academic. Democratic. D-E-M.
The hundreds of words and model sentences in Webster's book have been repeated by millions of children on countless occasions.
All together?
Democratic.
Very nice.
And the practice is thought to have changed the sound of the language. To this day, Americans tend to pronounce words with a far more even emphasis than the English, and in particular than the clipped vowels of the English aristocracy, whose influence Webster wanted to oppose. Where the English say cemetery, the Americans have cemetery. English laboratory, American laboratory. But pronunciation wasn't all that he influenced. It was from this book that America learned how to spell. Correct spelling came to be seen as a standard of education and civilization throughout America, and it still is today. And the spelling bee became part of the life of every town and village.
This morning we're going to start our spelling lesson with practice for the spelling bee that we're going to be doing. The first word is syllable. Sometimes when you study words you might break them into a syllable pattern.
Webster's book standardized spelling across America, and he also tried to improve on inconsistent and illogical spellings.
The next word is democracy.
D-E-M-O-C-R-Y.
Under Webster's system, honour, colour and a score of similar words lost their U. Double letters were reduced to single ones, like the L in traveller or the G in wagon. ER replaced RE as the ending of theatre or centre. Defence with the C became defence with an S. Axe lost its E.
Axe.
A-X.
Perfect. I see you've all been doing your homework.
England had made the language, but America had begun to claim its future. By the 1820s, East Coast America was presenting itself confidently as the guardian of English, beating off vulgarity and fashion. There was even a cheeky motion proposed in the House of Representatives to invite the sons of the English aristocracy to come to America to learn how to speak properly. Americans felt they'd kept the English language pure for 200 years, so pure that they were still using words the English had dropped, words like greenhorn, burly, deft, scant, talented, and likely. Americans still say sick to mean ill, not just nauseous. They say fall, meaning autumn, just as the English did once. And when Americans say I guess, they're using a form of words that would have been familiar to Chaucer, I guess. And they denied that they were changing the language. When Webster published his groundbreaking American dictionary in 1828, he claimed that this, contained less than 50 terms that were new to the country.
Here was America claiming to preserve English in all its past glories, to have erected a barrier against change and corruption. But they could no more exclude these natural developments in the language than the first colonists could hide behind their stockade from the world beyond.
John Adams had predicted that America would drive the English language into a great future. His vision was prophetic. But the language would be very different from the measured East Coast tones that Adams had known. American English was going west and going wild.
In 1804, the United States purchased what was then called Louisiana from the French for 3 cents an acre, and more than doubled the size of the country overnight. And these lands were nothing less than the whole American heartland, the great plains and prairies drained by the Mississippi River and its tributaries like the Missouri, Ohio, and Tennessee. It stretched all the way from New Orleans in the south to the Rocky Mountains and what is today the Canadian border in the north. Jefferson, the president, sent an expedition of 45 men under the leadership of Captains Meriwether Lewis and William Clark into the unknown interior in search of a navigable river route to the west coast. Lewis and Clark's expedition became one of the epic journeys in the history of exploration.
It started here in St. Louis, on the great junction where the Mississippi and the Missouri rivers come together. Lewis and Clark were army-trained frontiersmen, backwoods specialists, and because Jefferson insisted on daily journals being kept, their expedition was recorded not in the Puritan language of faith, nor in Webster's urbane prose, but in the practical language of the frontier. And this is crucial, because it marks the beginning not only of the opening of the continent, but of the decline of the East Coast grip on American English.
We finished butchering the buffalo, and on my return to camp, I trod within a few inches of a rattlesnake, but fortunately escaped his bite. We also passed another creek and a very bad rapid which reached quite across the river. A female elk and its fawn swum down through the waves which ran very high, hence the name of Elk Rapids, which we instantly gave this place. Opposite to these rapids there is a high bluff, and a little above on the larboard, a small cottonwood bottom in which we found sufficient timber for our fires and encampment.
These are words peculiar to America, or in a peculiarly American use. In England, a creek is a tidal inlet. In America, it's broadened its meaning to cover all manner of streams. Adjectives turn into nouns, rapid into rapids. And bluff was coined here to describe flat cliffs. Rattlesnake was another of those descriptive combinations of English words, as was cottonwood. And elk is one of the words imported from England and applied to a different beast. Buffalo, though, had been an English word for over 2 centuries, imported from a Portuguese book about China. Lewis and Clark's journals include not Webster's 50 words peculiar to America, but over 2,000 of them. Most are names of objects, a great catalogue of flora and fauna and man-made items that were new to English eyes. Words like hickory, hominy, maize, moccasin, moose, opossum, pecan, persimmon, toboggan are derived from native languages, as well as more obscure words like kinnikinnick, a mixture of leaves for smoking, pemmican, a preserved mixture of meat, fat and berries, and tamarack, a kind of larch. Others are English coinages with descriptive properties of their own. The whippoorwill, a bird named by the sound of its call, or the mockingbird, a name inspired by its habit of imitating other birds' songs. And there are hundreds of names made by combining existing English words from black bear, bluegrass, bottomland, backtrack, box alder, brown thrush, buckeye, bullfrog, bald eagle, and blue jay, to sapsucker, snowberry, snowshoe, sugar maple, whistling swan, timberland, tumblebug, turkey buzzard, and yellowjacket. But this was just the beginning. In the wake of Lewis and Clark, the great rivers became America's superhighways. Once, this quayside in St. Louis, the gateway to the west, bustled with scores of paddle steamers taking new settlers to the new lands. This was the hub of the frontier in the 1830s and 40s. The very word immigrant is an American invention. Vast migrations of people had never been a huge factor in the old world, but it was the defining experience of the new one. And new settlers brought new linguistic energies. The Pilgrim Fathers had come primarily from the south and east of England, but 2 centuries on, Americans were as likely to come from Scotland, escaping the aftermath of the Highland clearances, or from Ulster, often driven out by famine, high rents, religious intolerance, or simply looking for the chance to make a new and better life. As many as half the population of Ulster crossed the Atlantic, and many kept moving west. They became a major part of the rich mix of people who were creating a new American country and a new American voice. Scots and Irish brought new words and expressions to America. The Scottish verb schoon, meaning to skim over water, took to the sea as a new type of ship, the schooner. The Irish donated the word cabin to name the typical frontier dwelling. They also brought dead, as in dead straight, and the similar use of plumb and right came to America through use by both Scots and Irish, as did the habit of sticking an A on the front of verbs like a-going. The old French presence, too, is apparent everywhere along the Mississippi. It's there in the place names, from New Orleans, Baton Rouge, and Lafayette in the south, to St. Louis, Cape Girardeau, and Belleville further north, and towns ending in the French suffix ville are everywhere. Edwardsville, Greenville, Jacksonville, Clarksville. The French gave us the name of one of the great Western institutions, the hotel.
America took a word the French had given to a grand private house or a municipal building and turned it into the name of a new invention, a palace for all the people, far grander in ambition than the inns and taverns that offered rest to travellers in England.
And their clients were businessmen. In 18th century England, merchants had been described as businessmen, but now the word took on its modern American meaning, the mover and shaker in the worlds of finance and expansion and opportunity. The country was on the move and on the make. The river teemed with poor migrants, rednecks, who got their name from the way their necks were burnt by the sun as they bent to work in the fields. Because they couldn't afford the steamboat fare, they travelled on rafts, which they steered with oars called riffs, so they were known as the riffraff. On board boats like this one, richer travellers were in turn regarded as highfalutin because of the high fluted smokestacks that carried soot and cinders well away from those passengers, and also perhaps because of the stovepipe hats those dudes wore. They bestrode the Texas deck, the biggest on the boat.
Ready to play? Gentlemen, this is 5-card stud.
Gambling was a favourite activity among the riverboat passengers. Pass the buck and the buck stops here both come from such card games. The buck was a buckhorn-handled knife passed round to show who was dealing. And they're just the start of the phrases that American gamblers gave to the language in the middle of the 19th century.
I'm assuming you have an ace,
Deal became part of phrases like square deal, new deal, fair deal, raw deal.
Dealer will take 3.
Big deal, no big deal.
And raise it 3.
I'll raise your bid, you bet, put up or shut up, and I'll call your bluff were all first heard around the card table.
I'll call you.
You have an ace up your sleeve, so you up the ante. Someone throws in his hand, but you keep a poker face. Now the chips are down, but the cards are stacked against you. Someone plays a wild card and scoops the jackpot.
They're kings.
Nice.
Cheers. Gambling and drinking spread across the West, no surprise there. This was a very different frontier from the original one at Plymouth, and nothing added more slang words and phrases to the language than alcohol. Barroom and saloon both entered the language, soon followed by bartender and set 'em up. Measures like a snifter, a jigger and a finger all came from the bars of America. And bootlegging comes from the practice of hiding a flat bottle of whiskey in the leg of a boot to be sold illegally to the natives. And there were literally hundreds of terms for drunk. Even before the Revolution, Benjamin Franklin listed 229 of them, minted in America, including, he's casting up his accounts, his head is full of bees, he sees the bears, he's cherry merry, he's womble-cropped, he's halfway to Concord, he's ate a toad and a half for breakfast, he's grotable, he's globular, he's loose in the hills, he's intoxicated, he's juicy, he clips the King's English, he sees 2 moons, he's nip-topsical, he's oiled, he's like a rat in trouble, he's double-tongued, he's trammelled, he's got the Indian vapors, he's out of the way, he's very weary. Teetotal was another word that came into the language from the Irish settlers, along with speakeasy, shillelagh and smithereens, yes indeedy and no siree, and later of course came on the wagon. Westward expansion had long been the cause of land disputes between the settlers and the natives, and once they left the great rivers for the wagon routes like the Oregon and the Santa Fe trails, contact and often friction between migrants and Indians increased. Many of the Indian words that had already come into English reflected this antagonism. Scalp, a good old English noun, had become a far more threatening verb as early as 1693. Tomahawk was another early addition to the language. So were warpath, war whoop, war dance, and long knives, an Indian word for white man, and firewater, the term they gave to alcohol. Phrases like no can do or long time no see are literal translations from Indian languages. The word brave to describe Indian warriors was certainly inherited from the French, and buck, slang for $1, derives from buckskin, the standard unit of trade between Europeans and Indians. Conflict with the natives was just one of the hazards faced by the people who went west.
Every one of them had an epic journey to tell of the hardships imposed by distance and the weather. Every one had carved a new life out of a landscape made on a scale unknown in Europe. They chose new American heroes for themselves, through whose stories they could distill their own experiences, and they chose them and told tales about them on a grand scale. The most famous of all straddled the gap between fact and fiction, Davy Crockett.
He was, as we know from the song, born on a mountaintop in Tennessee. He was the son of a veteran of the Revolution. He became a congressman, famous for his plain speaking, and he died defending the Alamo in Texas in 1836. He was as American as they came, and he became a legend, the king of the wild frontier, the hero of a series of paper-bound books telling exaggerated stories about him. This fictionalized Crockett was the first great exponent of a style of speech as big as the country, called tall talk. When he opened his mouth, he made the forest shake.
These is times that come upon us like a whirlwind and an earthquake. They are come like a catamount at full jump. We are called upon to show our grit like a ball lightning against a pine log, to exterminate, mollify, and calumniate the foe. Pierce the heart of the enemy, cram his pesky carcass full of thunder and lightning like a stuffed sausage, and turtle him off with a red-hot poker. And while the stars of Uncle Sam and the stripes of his country wave triumphantly in the breeze, where is the craven, low-lived, chicken-bred, toad-hopping, red-mounted, bristle-headed mother son of ye who will not raise the beacon light of triumph, snouse the citadel of the aggressor, and squeeze ahead to liberty and glory?
Confidence bred ornate baroque words, shebang, shindig, and slumgullion, kaflop, kabang, and kathump. An American need not simply leave hurriedly, he could absquatulate or skedaddle. He didn't just use something up, he exflunkitated it. The language was hunky-dory, rambunctious, splendiferous. Its vigour was in speech, and that habit of coming up with vivid verbal images has left us with many that figure in everyday talk. It's not my funeral if you fly off the handle because you have a chip on your shoulder and an axe to grind. I won't sit on the fence and dodge the issue. I won't fizzle out. I won't crack up. No two ways about it. I'll knuckle down and make the fur fly. I'll go the whole hog and knock the spots out of you, and you'll be a goner. You'll kick the bucket. So face the music. You're barking up the wrong tree. You won't get the drop on me. I'm in cahoots with some people with the know-how. Keep a stiff upper lip and have the horse sense to pull up stakes, okay?
Within 2 generations of the opening of Louisiana, the American language had been reborn. No legislator sitting in a library in one of the eastern states could have hoped to arrest its exuberant progress. It's a fact that the biggest author of the language is Anon. This was the democratic language that Adams had foreseen, but democracy meant that everyone threw in their 2 cents worth, and the old conservative values were trampled in the movement west.
And never quicker than when gold was discovered in them thar hills.
Gold fever brought tens of thousands of people from the eastern states, and their letters home were loaded with new words. Prospector was one. They wrote about how they'd staked their claim, about how they hoped that gold dust would pan out of the water that they were sieving, or they would strike it lucky or strike it rich and produce a bonanza, which came from the Spanish word for fair weather. And for the first time, a surefire investment became known colloquially as a gold mine.
And the gold rush gave us 2 words that became far more famous in the 20th century. When a certain Levi Strauss started to make hard-wearing clothes for miners, he used a cloth called jean fustian, originally made in Genoa. Levi's and jeans have been as American as Stars and Stripes ever since.
The arrival of the railroad was what really opened up the country, and it created the industry that gave the West its most characteristic vocabulary.
It was a certain Joseph McCoy who had the idea of driving cattle often hundreds of miles to railheads so that they could be exported to the markets back east. Previously, they'd only been butchered for local use. Overnight, McCoy became immensely rich. So rich, the story goes, that other envious souls used to try to pass themselves off as the man who had such a simple but brilliant idea. And so he developed the habit of introducing himself to strangers as the real McCoy. He gave the world a catchphrase, and he also gave it the cowboy.
English had known the word cowboy since the 18th century, but now it took on a new currency and a new meaning. McCoy's brainwave turned the cattle industry into a license to print money and the cowboy into a national icon. Cowboys had been working near the Mexican border for years, picking up Spanish words, which now drove north with them. Ranch comes from the Spanish, as does corral, where horses or cattle were penned. Mustang, bronco, and the more humble burro, the chaps, sombrero, and poncho they might wear, the cinch that secured the saddle, the lariat and the lasso they used to rope cattle, the sierras, mesas, and canyons they rode across, the cries of vamoose and pronto, the stampede that they feared, and the rodeo where they drove the cattle together, all came from Spanish.
The language of the West has become the standard idea of what American English is like, completely overtaking the proper speech of the East. And the man who is virtually single-handedly responsible for this was one of the greatest showmen and boosters of them all. He was William F. Cody, Buffalo Bill, and he chose to be buried here, on the hills above Denver, where the Rockies rise steeply out of the Great Plains.
He turned the frontier experience into an epic entertainment, Buffalo Bill's Wild West. The extravaganza featured live elk and buffalo, real Indians attacking a stagecoach, sharpshooting displays, musical cowboys in spotless outfits that had never seen a cattle drive, and a reenactment of Custer's last stand at Little Bighorn, in which Buffalo Bill himself arrived on the scene just too late to save the day.
It was nonsense, and it was a smash across America and Europe for 30 years, long after Indian resistance had ended and the last buffalo herd had been massacred. It created a vogue for the language of the West and began a line of Western myth that kept that language alive through countless books and films. And the dreams of luxury and optimism became an enduring fantasy of a Western El Dorado, an Eden, somewhere over the rainbow, or at least the next county line. It's all there in a little song about the hobos, another good frontier word, who rode the railways west in search of their own American dream.
In the big rock candy mountains, you never change your socks, and the little streams of alcohol come a-trickling down the rocks. The brakemen have to tip their hats, and the railroad bulls are blind. There's a lake of stew and a whiskey, too. You can paddle all around them in a big canoe in the big rock candy mountains.
But there was another group of Americans who'd never been invited to share that dream, the black slave population of the South. And they spoke about their experiences in a very different language.
I'll see you all this coming fall in the big rock candy mountains.
This is Sullivan's Island, a little patch of land in Charleston Harbor off the coast of South Carolina. It was the first taste of America for hundreds of thousands of immigrants in the 18th and 19th centuries. But the immigrants who came through here hadn't chosen the American dream of a better life. They had been sold into slavery. Sullivan's Island was a holding pen for imported slaves. Between half and two-thirds of them entered America here, before being sold on mainly to work on the cotton plantations. There's no Statue of Liberty here, just this plaque, erected in 1999 to commemorate their arrival. They came here from the countries of West Africa and from plantations in the Caribbean. Slaves who spoke different languages were put together on the same sea voyage here to stop them plotting together to seize control of the ship. So on ship and on shore, there was a great babel of languages. The slaves had to find a tongue in which to talk to one another and to their masters. It was English, but English very heavily influenced by African ways of talking.
Then you all get home and put his board and get it all stuff in the sack. Yes, next thing you know, the man to knock on the door. Yes, sir. So you just been out in the creek just now? Yes, sir. Just come up the creek, sir.
Yeah. I tell them, say you take the gullah out of your face and anything, you have a spot of tea.
The language these people are talking is Gullah, which has survived as a distinct variety of English here around the South Carolina islands.
This fella come here and walk up on the bank and say, what are you doing up on that bank there? And he said, don't you notice
it's thought by many people to be the closest we can get to the kind of language that would have been spoken by the slaves in the 18th and early 19th centuries, and that this is the origin of modern Afro-American vernacular.
After John get off about 50 feet off, and John look over there, and he go on his boat, and he look, his boat done sank down. He start hollering, hey, help, help. John said, I ain't rough as yet.
We put together varying African words along with Elizabethan English and came out with something that sounded like a this year when Hana de Yeti we talk like a this. So sometimes people think maybe it's English, then they go, but not quite. there were Igbos, Mandinkas, Malinkes, Yorubas, Golas, Gidzi, Afik, Mende that were all kidnapped, captured, and then isolated together on these islands during enslavement.
Once the slaves reached the plantations, they lived in cabins like these beside the main house. Here, many words that came into Gullah from African languages have found their way into Standard English. Words such as banana, which comes from the Wolof language spoken in Senegal, and voodoo, traceable to an African word for spirit in the language spoken by the Yoruba people. Other African words which have entered Standard English include the animals, zebra, gorilla, and chimpanzee, the musical terms, samba, mambo, banjo, and bongo, and the food and plant names guba, meaning peanut, yam and gumbo, meaning okra. African compound words were translated, giving English terms like badmouth, and nitty-gritty originated as a term for the grit that accumulated in the bilges of slave ships. As well as vocabulary, Gullah employs some grammatical features that differ from Standard English.
If someone say, "Hunter going for do that," I be done to them. Okay? So they're asking, "Are you going to do it?" I already did it. And I did it a long time ago, essentially, is what you're saying. I be done to them. I done do that. You see? So if you hear somebody say, "I done do that," that means they did it and they did it a long time ago. And why are you asking me? Or again, basically. So it's a lot more going into it. So if someone said, "Well, Hunter going over there," Hunter done yet, they say, "You're going over there." I be done yet that. But it done do that too. But I been going there, but they ain't be did it. Why Hunter ain't be did it? When I be did it, Hunter ain't be did it. You see? So it's like, well, you were going over there. Yeah, I already went there. But when I went, you weren't there. But I was there. But you're right. I wasn't there when you were there.
Phrases like these have a rich and economical expressiveness. In other ways, Gullah and other Black Englishes have stripped down their grammar. They drop verbs like is, use don't where Standard English says doesn't, and omit the apostrophe and s that Standard English uses as a sign of ownership. This kind of simplification is common when languages meet and emerge as a new hybrid. It's exactly what happened when Saxons and Danes dealt with each other in England in the 9th century and changed English grammar forever. But in this case, the changes were mistakenly taken by many white observers as evidence that black speakers just hadn't got the intelligence to speak the language properly, that they were simply trying and failing to copy white speech. In fact, they were adding to the language.
Now listen, yeah, you know, some people say they're your friend and thing, but they ain't always your friend. Like that bird rabbit, that boy know he ain't nothing to him. You hear what I say? That cutter was slow motion, and that bird rabbit just as slick as him want to beat.
But black speakers had their own tradition of performances that showed just how flexible and expressive their language was. They told stories, and they're still told today.
And now Hong Tong come, ruff, 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 ruff. And oh, I tell you, bird rabbit, he'll take off and lickety split.
Brer Rabbit is a direct descendant of animal tricksters who feature in African folklore.
I say, Bird Rabbit, you to tell the truth about Cutter? He said, yes, sir, ma'am. I say, you lie, ting, ain't no truth in you. Ain't no truth in you, no way.
But folk tales weren't the only thing that fueled dreams of freedom. With English, the slaves had learned Christianity. White society thought it would teach obedience. The Bible became as central to the lives of the slaves as it had been to the first settlers in New England. But the message they found in it wasn't obedience. It was liberty. Once again, the Bible in English became the book of freedom.
Yeah, Jesus calling.
Who now want for gold?
Yeah, Jesus calling.
Who now want for gold?
And he's calling for the sinner.
Who now want for gold? Oh, children, who now beg for get ready? Jesus be coming back. Who now want for gold?
Steal away, steal away from Jesus.
By the first decade of the 19th century, the American states in the North had abolished slavery.
Steal away home.
When the blacks of the South sang Steal Away or One More River to Cross or Bound for Canaan Land, they were introducing new words and sounds into the language, and they were also singing not just about the next world, but about this one, about the hope of escaping to the north and to freedom. The chains of slavery were rusting, and on the 12th of April 1861, in the early hours of the morning, shots were fired at Fort Sumter in Charleston Harbor, just behind me. This was the start of the American Civil War, which the North, of course, was to win. 4 years later, Confederate forces abandoned Charleston. The Union Army marched in unopposed. They freed the slaves.
Glory, glory, hallelujah.
The promise in the language of their spirituals had come good for the black people of Charleston.
Oh, glory, glory.
The American Civil War gave us the phrase, hold the fort. And the first people to hear anything on the grapevine were in the southern states, where army telegraph lines strung in the trees became so knotted that they were said to look like grapevines.
Oh, you got to ask the Lord's forgiveness.
There was plenty of resistance to the new order. The Ku Klux Klan, who apparently derived their name from the Greek word kuklos, meaning circle, were formed in the aftermath of the war. They gave English the word bulldozer, originally a bull dose, meaning a dose large enough for a bull. It was a dose of whipping, and it was administered to black people, often fatally. Words like bulldoze are a savage reminder that the end of the war didn't bring the end of segregation and prejudice. In theory, blacks and their language were now free to mix with whites, but in practice, it was only in the 20th century that the mixing of vocabularies really began, that, just like in the plantation houses, white speakers started to ape black speech, and cool was born. And that's a story for a later program. Even after the Civil War, very few white people treated black language with any interest or respect. One who did was a man who'd grown up on the Mississippi and was fascinated by all of its talk, black and white. Luckily for us, he was a genius. When he made writing his profession, he chose as his pen name a call that he'd heard the riverboatmen use to sound a depth of 2 fathoms, Mark Twain. And the river runs through Twain's greatest book, The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. It's set in the years before the Civil War, and it's the story of a young boy who escapes what he disdainfully calls the civilizing influence of his Aunt Sally. Huck takes to the river on a raft in the company of an escaped slave called Jim. In his introduction, Twain told his readers that he'd taken great pains to capture the different dialects of the river. A southerner talks music, he once wrote, and when he'd Huck Finn describe life on the river, he found its melody.
It's lovely to live on a raft. We had the sky up there, all speckled with stars, and we used to lay on our backs and look up at them and discuss about whether they was made or only just happened. Jim allowed that they was made, but I allowed that they happened. I judged it would have took too long to make so many. Jim said the moon could have laid 'em. Well, that looked kind of reasonable, so I didn't say nothing against it, because I seen a frog lay most as many. We used to watch the stars that fell, too, see 'em streak down. Jim allowed that they got spoiled and was hove out of the nest.
This is a new voice in the American record, that of the common man and the frontier. English has come a long way from the sober and sacred language that the Puritans had first brought to New England. It has changed its sound, and it has changed its character. Words were no longer solely vehicles for God's truth. There were also words that offended. The East Coast wasn't yet ready to relinquish its self-appointed role as guardian of the language. Back here at Concord, the cradle of the Revolution, the civilized Aunt Sallies, who sat on the Library Committee, banned Huckleberry Finn for its vernacular language. It was, they said, couched in a rough, ignorant dialect, and that there was a systematic use of bad grammar and an employment of inelegant expressions. But though the Library Committee might call Twain's language vulgar, it couldn't ban the vigour of English that had grown up away from the East Coast, American English. Huck's closing words defied their attempt to control it.
There ain't nothing more to write about, and I am rotten glad of it, because if I'd have known what a trouble it was to make a book, I wouldn't have tackled it and ain't a-going to no more. But I reckon I got a light out for the territory ahead of the rest, 'cause Aunt Sally, she's gonna adopt me and civilize me, and I can't stand it. I've been there before.
And the vigour continued to increase in the late 19th century. New waves of immigrants flooded into America. Germans, Italians, Greeks, Russians, Jews, from all across Europe they came to a land that promised to give a new home to the tired, poor, huddled masses, longing to breathe free. To become American was their dream, and for almost all of them, that meant that they wanted their children to speak the language of the new country. They would power the adventure of English into the 20th century.